Chapter 3674. Wang Long and the rest were about to cripple Chi Hao outside a forest in a mountain range near Ingtian Sek's Ingtian courtyard. But at this moment, a celestial figure descended from the sky and landed in front of them. The celestial light dissipated and a figure appeared from within. Everyone focused and saw that this person was actually a white-clothed fairy with her face covered. Although they couldn't see the fairy's appearance, the white-clothed fairy's figure was not bad, especially the extraordinary celestial aura on her. It was even more awe-inspiring. "What are you guys doing?" The white-robed fairy looked at Chi Hao on the ground and said coldly, "Fairy, don't misunderstand. We're not bad people. The real bad guy is this guy on the ground. He wants to cripple us because he's an innate expert. We're just defending ourselves." Wang Long quickly said, "Is that really the case?" The white-robed fairy said indifferently, without a trace of emotion in her tone, "That's the truth." Wang Long said, he didn't dare to hide anything in front of the white-robed fairy. One should know that this was an immortal. In the eyes of mortals, immortals were omnipotent existences. Gu Fei had been watching from the side without saying a word. Ling Feng, on the other hand, stood with his hands by his side. He didn't even dare to look at the white-robed fairy as he trembled. "Fairy sister, you have to stand up for me. These people are the bad guys. They plotted against us, wanted to steal our things, injured us, and prevented us from participating in the entrance test." At this moment, Chi Hao, who was on the ground, wailed. His snot and tears were running down his face. He acted as if it was real. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but admire his acting skills. "You guys can't fool me." The white-robed fairy reached out with her right hand. A ray of celestial light rushed out from her hand and instantly rushed into Wang Long's forehead. In the next moment, Wang Long seemed to have turned into a wooden man. He didn't move at all, and his eyes were dull. His mind was actually controlled by someone. Very quickly, the white-robed fairy retracted the celestial light that she had shot into Wang Long's forehead. Then her eyes turned sharp. "Very well, you actually dared to lie to me." As she spoke, she waved her right hand and sharp blades of light immediately rushed out of her hand. One of the blades of light directly beheaded Chi Hao, who was on the ground. The other light blades flew directly into the forest, instantly killing Chi Ming and the others inside. The smell of blood permeated the forest. This, Wang Long, who had just regained consciousness, and Ling Feng, as well as Yang Zhan, were all frightened by the scene. None of them expected the white-clothed fairy to suddenly kill Chi Hao and the others. Swish! A ray of celestial light surged out from the white-robed fairy. Before Wang Long and the others could react, the white-robed fairy turned into celestial light and shot into the sky, disappearing. What happened? Wang Long and the others were dumbfounded. Just now, I felt like I was seen through by Fairy Sister. It seems like I have no secrets to hide in front of her. Wang Long recalled the scene just now and said with lingering fear, "That's a soul-searching technique." Gu Fei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "A soul-searching technique." Wang Long and the others couldn't help being startled. Could it be one of those legendary immortal arts that can read other people's memories? Ling Feng was shocked. It should be that kind of immortal art. Gu Fei nodded. No wonder Fairy Sister killed Chi Hao. He actually dared to lie to Fairy Sister. He deserved to be killed. Yang Zhan seemed to be rejoicing in Chi Hao's misfortune. "Brother Gu, how did you know Fairy Sister used a soul-searching technique just now?" Wang Long looked at Gu Fei. "That's just a guess." Gu Fei shrugged. Seeing that Gu Fei wasn't willing to say, Wang Long tactfully didn't continue asking. He didn't believe that Gu Fei was just guessing. Gu Fei definitely recognized this immortal art. Could it be that Gu Fei was actually a descendant of one of those cultivation clans? The Ingtian sect ruled over a vast territory. The entire sect was divided into the Ancestral Gate and 12 subsects. Under the 12 subsects, there were also 36 subsects. The Ingtian sect could be said to be filled with experts and countless immortals. It ruled over 1 billion territories and billions of living beings. Even if immortals spent their entire life, they would not be able to traverse the territories ruled by the Ingtian sect. This time, when the Ingtian sect opened its doors to accept disciples, it naturally attracted the attention of everyone and shocked the entire mortal world. The Ingtian sect was only a small sect in the ancestral realm. Only sects with a supreme great ancestor could be considered a big sect, and supreme great ancestors were also divided into strong and weak ones. The Ingtian great ancestor was only a quasi-supreme being. In the ancestral realm, which was filled with powerhouses, a quasi-supreme being was really nothing. We're rich. Chi Hao is really unlucky. Let's split his things evenly. Ling Feng said excitedly. Chi Hao came from a cultivation clan in the mortal world. Although it was not a powerful cultivation clan, he still cultivated to the innate realm. This time, Chi Hao and the others naturally brought a lot of things to participate in the Ingtian courtyard's entrance test. Wang Long, Ling Feng, and the injured Yangzhan began to move and found many good things from Chi Hao and the others. The Xiantian grade weapons and medicinal pills. These were all good things, especially Yangzhan. After eating the medicinal pills found on Chi Hao's body, his injuries actually took a significant turn for the better. Gu Fei did not move and watched Wang Long and the others search Chi Hao and the others. Their harvest was not bad. They found 5 innate realm weapons. These were the weapons that Wang Long and the others urgently needed. Innate realm weapons were already spirit tools and were no longer within the scope of ordinary weapons. A spirit tool's power was at least 10 times or even 10 times stronger than an ordinary tool. With a suitable spirit tool in hand, Wang Long and the others' combat power would multiply, and their chances of winning the entrance test would also greatly increase. Brother, it's all thanks to you this time. You can choose these weapons first. Wang Long placed the 5 spirit tools in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help nodding inside. This fatty Wang was very reliable. For a friend, he was willing to fight with his life on the line and didn't hesitate to challenge Chi Hao. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have such courage. Wang Long was a peak Hotian expert, but he dared to challenge a Xiantian expert like Chi Hao. That was no different from courting death. It was very rare to see someone willing to risk their life for a friend. I'll pass. You can have them if you want. Gu Fei shook his head. He even had an extreme Dao Saint item, so he naturally wouldn't care about a few spirit tools. It had to be known that spirit tools could be said to be the lowest level of weapons. What, you don't want them? Wang Long and the others were startled. These were spirit tools, but Gu Fei actually didn't want them? Did he have a better weapon? Thinking of how Gu Fei had easily defeated Chi Hao, Wang Long and the others understood. They had already guessed that Gu Fei definitely came from an amazing cultivation clan. Perhaps Gu Fei came from a cultivation clan. There were countless cultivation clans within the territory ruled by the Ingtian Zone. These cultivation clans naturally couldn't compare to the Ingtian Zone, and the disciples of those cultivation clans were proud to enter the Ingtian Zone. In truth, those cultivation clans were also established by the Ingtian Zone's disciples. They were inextricably linked to the Ingtian Zone. But even the disciples of those cultivation clans had to pass the entrance trial to enter the Ingtian Zone. There were no back doors. Brother Gu, then we won't be polite. Ling Feng said as he picked up a battle spear. Yang Zhan picked up an ancient sword, and Wang Long picked up a great blade. As for the remaining 2 spirit artifacts, one was a bronze rod and the other was a bronze axe. Wang Long put away the rod and bronze axe. Then they left the place. One had to know that Chi Hao died here. The Ingtian Zong's immortals had already spread the word that no one was allowed to kill within the Ingtian Zong's territory. Of course, Wang Long's group didn't kill Chi Hao's group. However, the white-clothed fairy had already left. If others saw them together with Chi Hao's corpse, then it would truly be hard to explain. If they were stripped of their qualifications to participate in the entrance trial because of this, then Wang Long's group would truly be wronged. Gu Fei's group continued on their way. They were mortals, so they had to walk step by step towards the Ying, Tianzong's lower court. This was actually a kind of trial. If someone gave up midway, they would lose the chance to participate in the trial. Every time the Ying Tian sect accepted disciples, there would be many people who couldn't take the hardship and gave up in the end. It seemed as if all the youths in the world were heading towards the Ying, Tianzong to become a disciple, but there weren't many who actually passed the test. Gu Fei's group would occasionally encounter savage beasts as they walked through the mountain ridges. These savage beasts were also unlucky to encounter Gu Fei's group. They could only be eaten by Gu Fei's group. 12 hours later, Gu Fei's group arrived outside a valley. Roar! As soon as they stopped, a roar was heard. A ferocious tiger rushed out of the valley and pounced on Wang Long, who was at the front. What? Wang Long was startled and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, Ling Feng's spear stabbed towards the tiger. The spear couldn't pierce through the tiger's body. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of tiger was this? It was actually impervious to swords and spears. Roar! The tiger raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar, its voice shaking the void. A violent power erupted from the tiger's body. It leapt up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei. Brother Gu, be careful! Wang Long and the others quickly shouted. Chapter 3675. Outside the Primogenitor Mountain in the Primogenitor Realm, the Yingtian sect opened its gate to recruit disciples and attracted young cultivators from all directions to participate in the sect's entrance trial. After Gu Fei left the Primogenitor mountain range, he turned into a Xiantian cultivator and mixed in with the young cultivators who wanted to join the Yingtian sect to participate in the sect's entrance trial. The Yingtian sect was a small sect without a supreme great ancestor, but it had a vast territory under its control. Even if an ordinary person spent their entire life, they would not be able to cross the territory ruled by the Yingtian sect. However, the Yingtian sect was divided into the ancestral gate, 12 subsects, and 36 courtyards. The 36 courtyards were located in various important places within the sect's territory. The Yingtian sect's courtyard outside the Primogenitor mountain range was ranked last among the 36 courtyards, which meant that it was the last place. The location of the Yingtian sect's courtyard was not good because it was close to the Primogenitor mountain range. It was worth noting that an extreme-grade venerable beast lived deep inside the mountain range. An extreme-grade venerable beast could contend with an extreme-grade venerable beast. There were not many humans living outside the Primogenitor mountain range, and the number of humans was definitely incomparable to other regions. Even so, there were still millions of young cultivators who rushed to the Yingtian sect's courtyard day and night. Among them, many unlucky fellows directly became ferocious beasts' food. Not all of the millions of young men and women could make it to the Yingtian sect's entrance trial, which was held once in a decade. As such, some of them were forever stuck on the road. At that moment, Gu Fei and his companions arrived outside a ravine and encountered a ferocious tiger. The ferocious tiger was quite unlucky because it set its eyes on Gu Fei and pounced on Gu Fei. As such, the king of beasts met with tragedy. The ferocious tiger leaped over Gu Fei's head. Then it laid on the ground and stopped moving. Blood seeped out from under the tiger's body. Brother Gu, that's amazing. This ferocious tiger can definitely resist a Xiantian realm cultivator. Ling Feng was shocked when he saw the ferocious tiger on the ground. Haha, we don't have to go hungry tonight. Wang Long laughed. At this time he looked at the sky. It was time to find a place to spend the night. It was not easy to spend the night in the mountains. After all, the snakes, insects, rats, and ants that hid during the day would come out at night. There was no shortage of poisonous insects and snakes in the mountain ridges. Poisonous scorpions also liked to come out at night, and some extremely poisonous spiders were even more terrifying. If bitten, even a Xiantian cultivator would die. Soon, Wang Long found a cave at the back of the valley. Bones were scattered all over the ground outside the cave. Wang Long and the others carefully walked into the cave, only to find a corpse inside. It was the corpse of a young man. His neck had been bitten off by a fierce tiger, and he had died here. Poor fellow! Wang Long and the others couldn't help but sigh at the sight of the corpse. In order to become experts, to become omnipotent immortals, countless people had fallen in this mountain range. They couldn't retreat. In the primogenitor's realm, only by becoming experts would they be able to survive. Gu Fei was following behind them, indifferently watching everything. The things he had experienced weren't something Wang Long and the others could imagine. At this time, Ling Feng walked out, and very quickly he dragged the fierce tiger's corpse back, and everyone started a fire in the cave. Ling Feng and Yang Zhan directly cut the tiger into 8 pieces and roasted its legs over the fire. The tiger meat was quickly roasted to a shiny golden color. When the fat dripped onto the fire, it made a sizzling sound. An appetizing meaty aroma filled the cave. "We're in luck today, haha." As Wang Long spoke, he took out his machete and cut off a piece of roasted tiger leg that weighed 7 to 8 catties. Then he handed it to Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly took the roasted meat and ate it in large bites. He then took out a jar of wine from the bag beside him and ate the meat and wine in large gulps. He felt very refreshed. Only with wine and meat can one truly enjoy life. Wang Long took the wine jar from Gu Fei, raised his head and took a big gulp. Then he passed the wine jar to Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan naturally did not stand on ceremony and took a big gulp. Ling Feng, on the other hand, only cared about the meat. This kind of beast meat contained spiritual energy, and the more he ate, the better it would be for a cultivator. However, the wine Gu Fei drank wasn't ordinary. It was very beneficial to cultivators, but Wang Long and the others didn't notice it. Not long after, they ate and drank their fill. They then sat down to recuperate in preparation for the next day. There was a time limit for going to the side courtyard of Yingtian sect. The gate of Yingtian sect would be open for 10 days. Within these 10 days, only the teenagers or young people who arrived at the side courtyard of Yingtian sect were qualified to participate in the entrance trial. Wang Long and the others had been walking in the mountains for 8 days. They still had 2 days left. At their current speed, they would definitely be able to make it in time. Gu Fei also sat cross-legged on a large rock. He looked at Wang Long and the others, but he remembered his own experience. Back in the Taishan sect, he had desperately wanted to become a strong cultivator. Now the Taishan sect was long gone. He didn't know if his senior brother had returned to the human realm. Li Lingfeng wanted to rebuild the Taishan sect, and Gu Fei definitely supported this matter. Now that Ren Huangjiang was in charge of the human realm, there shouldn't be any major events. However, in the human realm, Gu Fei had too many enemies, and it was full of uncertainties. Gu Fei thought of the old turtle in the heaven realm. He didn't know how that guy was doing in the heaven realm. Would Yuan Gu jump out and fight with him for territory? These were also uncertain factors. There were also the descendants of the sky demon, the descendants of the Buddhist sects, and the little monk Fan Xiu, who was as black-bellied as He Tian, probably thinking of ways to cheat him. The water in the human realm was very deep, and the water in the heaven realm was also very deep. As for the ancestral god realm, it had almost been conquered by him. However, this ancestral god realm gave Gu Fei a very oppressive feeling. The ancestral god realm was different from any other world. Because this was the source of all worlds, it was the most perfect and flawless world, and it was also the largest world. Gu Fei thought of his daughter and disciple who had set foot on the ancient road of the human race. He didn't know how they were doing. The only thing he could be sure of was that they were still alive. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Wang Long and the others continued to roast the tiger meat that they hadn't eaten last night. After a full meal, they left the cave, left the valley, and continued on their way to the side courtyard of Intian sect. At this time, they could already see the celestial mountain floating in the sky. That was where the side courtyard of Intian sect was located. Haha, we're almost there. Brothers, let's work harder. Success is right in front of us. Wang Long laughed loudly. He was incomparably excited. However, in order to join Intian sect, they must first pass the entrance test. Otherwise, they could only return home. At noon, Gu Fei, Wang Long, and the others were less than 100 miles away from the side courtyard of Intian sect. At this time, there were more and more people in the surroundings. These people were all teenagers or young adults. Gu Fei didn't see any elderly cultivators. Looking at the celestial mountain floating high in the sky, everyone was incomparably excited. Of course, that was except for one person. That person was Gu Fei. He sensed an incomparably powerful aura from the celestial mountain in front of him. In the palace at the peak of the celestial mountain, there was actually the aura of an immortal emperor. The hall master of Intian sect was actually an immortal emperor. Of course, an immortal emperor was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei. A single slap from him could kill a large number of them. Isn't that the fatty from the Wang family? Why, even a fatty wants to participate in the entrance test? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Wang Long and the others were startled by the sudden voice. They quickly turned around and saw a few black-robed youths staring at them from under a big tree a few dozen feet away. They seemed to be up to no good. Lay down! Wang Long couldn't help being startled when he saw the black-robed youth. This youth came from the Lei family, which was even more powerful than the Qi family. The Lei family couldn't be compared to the Qi family. The Lei family was a cultivation family with an immortal. This Lei Dong had a big brother called Lei Zhen. This Lei Zhen had successfully joined Intian sect during the entrance test 10 years ago. 10 years later, no one knew how powerful this Lei Zhen had become. Moreover, the Lei family and Intian sect were inextricably linked. There was no doubt that the immortal of the Lei family came from Intian sect. Fatty Wang, I think you guys should just go back obediently. You're not even an Xiantian expert. You're just asking to be humiliated by coming here. A black-robed youth beside Lei Dong said disdainfully to Wang Long, "You guys!" Wang Long and the others were both shocked and angered. These guys actually told them to go back? The mountain gate of Intian sect was right in front of them. What is it that my words are no longer effective? The black-robed youth called Lei Dong was somewhat displeased. Brother Lei, this is a little too much. Ling Feng spoke. He stared at the black-robed youth and clenched the spear in his hand. He actually wanted to challenge Lei Dong. Reckless. Lei Dong shook his head helplessly and walked forward. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Brother Lei, just let us drive them away. A black-robed youth smiled and walked forward from behind Lei Dong. Brother Gu this. Yang Zhan looked at Gu Fei and said, "Just a bunch of clowns. It's a small matter." Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "What did you say? Who are you calling clowns?" Lei Dong's face immediately darkened. Since his debut, no one had ever dared to call him a clown. This guy really had guts. Humph, come at me together. Gu Fei smiled coldly and hooked his finger at Lei Dong. At this time, a purple-robed girl was watching everything unblinkingly from afar. Chapter 3676. Gu Fei's group was only 100 miles away from Intian sect's courtyard. Everyone was very excited because they would soon be able to reach the courtyard and participate in the sect's entrance trial. However, at this time, Gu Fei's group was targeted by Lei Dong of the Lei clan. Lei Dong was not someone Qi Hao and the others could compare to. One must know that Lei Dong was a descendant of an immortal. All of you come at me together. Gu Fei did not want to waste time with these guys and directly hooked his finger at Lei Dong. What? Lei Dong smiled. He smiled very happily. Brat, do you know who you are talking to? A young man beside Lei Dong stood up. Brother Lei, this guy is mine. I want him to know what it means to wish for death. That young man stared at Gu Fei and said fiercely, Sai, I can't even act tough. Gu Fei sighed helplessly. Haha, you want to act tough? I specialize in acting tough. That young man laughed and directly charged at Gu Fei. Brother Gu, be careful. This guy is called Tsun Takashi, a famous smiling tiger, vicious and merciless. Wang Long warned Gu Fei. A smiling tiger? Why does he look more like a smiling cat? Gu Fei said with disdain. Go to hell. The black-clothed young man, Tsun Takashi, leaped up with a hideous grin and slammed his palm towards Gu Fei. A violent palm force immediately surged out from his palm, stirring up a strong gale on the ground. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept up into the air and danced in the air. A bit imposing. Gu Fei nodded and said, This fellow was actually a Xiantian expert. The palm of this fellow had actually turned pitch black with black qi lingering around it. It's a venomous sand palm. Ling Feng cried out in shock. Brother Gu, be careful of his palm. Do not let it touch you. Yang Zhan shouted at Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out, his fist instantly colliding with Tsun Takashi's venomous sand palm. Not good. Wang Long and the others were dumbfounded. Brother Gu, you. Yang Zhan never imagined that after receiving his warning, Gu Fei would still dare to touch Tsun Takashi's palm. Wasn't this courting death? Hee hee, Brother Lei. It seems we've run into an idiot. A young man in black, next to Lei Dong, looked at Gu Fei with a gloating expression. So silly, haha. Another black-robed youth sneered. However, at that moment, Tsun Takashi's expression changed. The black qi on his palm was actually spreading up his arm. Soon, even his face darkened. Bam! Gu Fei's fist shook and Tsun Takashi was immediately sent flying. He landed on the ground and staggered for a moment before stabilizing himself. Aya, why is your face so black? Gu Fei smiled. What? This time, it was Lei Dong and the others who were stunned. What's going on? He's fine. How is this possible? The two black-robed youths beside Lei Dong were dumbfounded. One must know that Tsun Takashi's venomous sand palm was extremely terrifying. Even a bull would die instantly if it was struck by his palm. Even an Xiantian realm expert would be half dead, if not dead, after being struck by Tsun Takashi's palm. Furthermore, no one had ever dared to take Tsun Takashi's venomous sand palm head-on. At this moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Tsun Takashi's body swayed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped breathing. This, in a flash, Lei Dong came to Tsun Takashi's side. Tsun Takashi's 7 orifices were bleeding, and he was already dead. You killed Tsun Takashi. Lei Dong turned around and glared at Gu Fei. Tsun Takashi is dead. The other 2 black-robed youths were shocked and came to Tsun Takashi's corpse. Seeing the state of Tsun Takashi's death, their hearts palpitated. Tsun Takashi is actually dead. Wang Long and the others were also in disbelief. One must know that Tsun Takashi was a Xiantian expert and cultivated the insidious, venomous sand palm. To be able to kill Tsun Takashi with one punch, could it be that Gu Fei's cultivation had already surpassed the Xiantian realm? According to Gu Fei's understanding, the realm above the Xiantian realm was the Imperial Void Realm. Cultivators in this realm could soar into the sky and fly. You actually dared to kill someone in Ing Tianzong's territory. Lei Dong gritted his teeth. TCH, who said I killed him. He just poisoned himself to death. Gu Fei said disdainfully. What did you say? Lei Dong couldn't help but be shocked. This fellow was very powerful. He actually forced the poison of Tsun Takeshi's venomous sand palm back into Tsun Takeshi's body, causing him to die. This, the other black-robed youth, was also stunned when he heard Gu Fei's words. Tsun Takeshi really did die from poison. Even if Ying Tianzong's immortals came, Gu Fei wouldn't be afraid. You deserve to die. Lei Dong was enraged, truly enraged. With a flip of his right hand, a spear immediately appeared in his hand. He shook the spear and thrust it towards Gu Fei. The spearhead of Lei Dong's spear turned into a speck of cold light and instantly pierced towards Gu Fei's forehead. Careful! Wang Long shouted. However, that speck of cold light actually stopped in front of Gu Fei's forehead. It was just a little bit away, but it couldn't move anymore. Gu Fei had actually used 2 fingers to clamp down on Lei Dong's spear. What? Everyone was shocked. Gu Fei actually used 2 fingers to block Lei Dong's spear. How was this possible? It was unbelievable. The most shocked person was still Lei Dong. He never expected this inconspicuous fella to be so powerful. Tsun Takeshi's death wasn't undeserved. Roar! Lei Dong roared as all the power in his body surged into the spear in his hand. In the next moment, a series of crackling sounds could be heard as a layer of lightning appeared on the spear. A destructive aura spread out from the spear. Lightning type cultivation method. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This Lei Dong was not only surnamed Lei, but he also cultivated in lightning type cultivation methods. It seemed like Lei Dong came from a Thunder Immortal clan. Gu Fei didn't care about this lightning at all. No matter how Lei Dong used his power, his 2 fingers that were clamping the spearhead did not move at all. Wang Long and the others were all stunned. Their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Gu Fei's battle strength had already far exceeded everyone's expectations, especially Wang Long and the others. They sadly realized that they had still severely underestimated Gu Fei's cultivation and battle strength. To be able to make such a powerful friend, Wang Long and the others felt that they were quite lucky. Crack! Just at this moment, Gu Fei's 2 fingers that were clamping the spearhead used some force, and the spearhead was actually broken. With a wave of his right hand, the broken spearhead instantly turned into a cold light that directly pierced through Lei Dong's right shoulder. Lei Dong screamed as he flew backwards, the spear in his hand flying out. In the next moment, he heavily crashed into the trunk of a large tree and vomited a mouthful of blood. I told you all to attack together, but you didn't believe me. Look, you're out of luck now. Gu Fei said helplessly. The other 2 black-clothed youths looked at Gu Fei in fear. If even Lei Dong wasn't his match, then they definitely weren't his match. They hurriedly rushed towards Lei Dong and helped him up from the tree. They pathetically ran away, not even caring about Tsun Takeshi's corpse. Gu Fei didn't chase after them. He didn't care about these clowns at all. Of course, if he wanted to, he could directly kill his way to the Ing Sky sect's ancestral gate and annihilate the entire sect. However, this would startle those extreme grade supremes. He had to keep a low profile before his tribulation. It wasn't good to be too high profile. No matter what, he had to become extreme Dao supremes before he could be high profile. Brother Gu, are we just going to let these fellows go like this? Ling Feng said worriedly. These fellows won't be able to cause any waves. Gu Fei said, let's go as well. Wang Long said, the Ing Sky sect's side courtyard was just 100 miles away. As long as they arrived on time, they would be qualified to participate in the sect's entrance trial. They had less than 2 days left. According to their speed, they definitely had enough time. They wouldn't miss the entrance trial, but it would be hard to say if they ran into any accidents on the way. Gu Fei and the rest didn't touch Chang Wei's corpse. This fellow's corpse was covered in poison. It wouldn't be good even if they touched it. They dug a pit and buried Chang Wei. They continued on their way and met many cultivators along the way. These people only had one goal, and that was to enter the Ing Sky sect's side courtyard before the time limit was up. Just as Gu Fei and the rest left, a young girl walked over from afar. She came to the place where Chang Wei was buried and took a look. Then, she followed behind Gu Fei and the rest. In fact, many people saw the scene of Lei Dong being defeated by Gu Fei. They were all shocked, especially those who knew Lei Dong. The Thunder Clan was quite influential in the Ing Sky sect's side courtyard. Lei Dong was an outstanding talent among the younger generation of the Thunder Clan. He was already an innate expert at such a young age. He wasn't inferior to his brother Lei Zhen. He was one of the most promising disciples to enter the Ing Sky sect's side courtyard. But now Lei Dong was injured by Gu Fei. Even if he could reach the side courtyard on time, it would be difficult for him to pass the entrance trial. Brother Gu, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Ling Feng said worriedly. What do you mean? Gu Fei said, somewhat baffled. It's like this. Lei Dong has a big brother who entered the Ing Tian sect 10 years ago and became a disciple of the Ing Tian sect's monastery. You injured Lei Dong, so his big brother definitely won't let this matter rest. Yang Zhan explained. TCH, I thought it was something serious. It's just a small matter, don't worry. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Chapter 3677. The fact that Gu Fei had injured Lei Dong frightened Wang Long and the rest. One should know that Lei Dong came from a clan that had an immortal overseeing it. His background was incomparably deep, not something that their clan could compare to. More importantly, Lei Dong had an older brother in the Ing Tian sect's courtyard. Offending Lei Dong would result in his brother Lei Zhen's revenge. What should they do? Wang Long and the others were very worried. After all, Lei Zhen had already entered the Ing Tian sect's courtyard and became a disciple when the Ing Tian sect opened its doors 10 years ago. It was not hard to imagine that even if Wang Long and the others successfully passed the Ing Tian sect's entrance test and became a disciple, it would be very difficult for them to make a name for themselves. However, to Gu Fei, this was not even worth mentioning. He didn't care at all. Brother, you guys sure are cool. You even dared to touch Lei Dong. A youth in purple came over to strike up a conversation. F***CK off, I'm annoyed. Wang Long roared at the guy. The man shrugged and hurriedly walked away. At this time, many people walked out from the mountain and onto the mountain path towards the Ing Tian sect's courtyard. Only now were they relatively safe. The mountain path was rugged, but these youths all had some skills. To know that only those at the peak of the post-celestial and post-celestial levels had the right to participate in the Ing Tian sect's entrance test. Even so, countless people were eliminated. They only had one chance, a chance to become a fish that leaped through the dragon's gate. If they missed this chance, these youths could only drown in the torrent of time and live their lives in obscurity. Of course, everyone had their own opportunities. Even if they couldn't enter the Ing Tian sect, they would still have another chance to become an immortal. However, only 1 in 10,000 could have such a fortuitous encounter. At this time, the news of Wang Long's group injuring Lei Dong had already spread. Some people were gloating, others were unhappy. Very quickly, someone came looking for them. 3 youths in green appeared on the mountain path and blocked Wang Long's path. They did not come with good intentions. Who was it that defeated Lei Dong? Come out. The leader was a young man with white teeth and red lips. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked arrogantly at Gu Fei and the others. Who are you, you yellow-haired brat? Your old man is annoyed. If you know what's good for you, you'd better scram. Ling Feng stood up. He was very displeased to see this little fellow acting so arrogantly. Even a little brat can bully us. This is preposterous. Yang Zhan shouted angrily. Who are you calling a wimpy brat? All of you deserve to die. When the green-clothed youth heard Ling Feng and Yang Zhan's words, he became quite angry. One had to know that he was an existence that everyone in the family revolved around. These people actually dared to mock him. Although he couldn't kill them here, he had to teach them a lesson. Go. Cripple them for me. Don't let them die. The green-robed youth roared. "Yes, young master." The two youths behind the green-robed youth immediately accepted the order and fiercely pounced towards Wang Long and the rest. They did not care who injured Lei Dong. They wanted to cripple all of them. TCH, who do you think you are? You think you can cripple anyone you want? Wang Long didn't think much of it. As he spoke, he took a step forward and slashed forward with his saber. A sharp saber energy immediately rushed out from the saber and slashed towards a young cultivator who was charging at him. The formless blade, aura, quickly slashed through the air, creating a sharp, piercing sound. The young cultivator's figure flashed to evade the incoming blade beam. Next, he sent a palm strike towards Wang Long. A formidable palm blast spread out, causing the sand and stones on the mountain path to fly about. "Impudent!" Ling Feng shouted. He raised the spear in his hand and faced off against another young cultivator who was attacking him. A great battle broke out on the mountain path, which alarmed many people nearby. Those people were watching the battle from afar, pointing at each other from time to time, guessing who would win. Humph! These fellows actually dared to provoke the little overlord of the Feng clan. They must be tired of living. Someone sneered. They were not optimistic about Wang Long's group. What is the Feng clan? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Feng clan. That brat is actually the little overlord of the Feng clan. Yang Zhan's expression changed when he heard the surrounding people's words. Damn it, they had already offended Lei Dong, and now they had offended the little overlord of the Feng clan. How were they going to live? What little overlord of the Feng clan? Is he very powerful? Gu Fei said disapprovingly, Brother Gu, sometimes I really wonder if you're someone from the outer region of the Primogenitum mountain range. You don't even know about the Feng clan? Yang Zhan was speechless. Gu Fei shrugged and said indifferently, Do I need to know them? Sigh. Yang Zhan was completely speechless this time. All right, I won't tease you anymore. They can't hold on any longer. Gu Fei said. What? Yang Zhan quickly looked forward and saw that Wang Long and Ling Feng were indeed unable to hold on and were forced to retreat. The cultivation of those two green-clothed youths was actually very powerful. Even if Wang Long and Ling Feng had spirit tools, they were not a match for them. Feng Yu, what do you want? Yang Zhan said to the green-clothed youth. Haha, are you afraid now? This young master doesn't want anything. I just want to cripple you. Don't worry, this young master won't kill you. The Feng clan's little overlord laughed. Damn it! Yang Zhan roared. This fellow was simply a madman. The Feng clan and Lei clan did not have any relationship. Why did this Feng you want to help Lei Dong? Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound rang out. Wang Long's saber was actually slapped by the green-clothed youth, causing him to retreat along with his saber. Ling Feng's left shoulder was also punched by the other green-clothed youth. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Ling Feng was directly sent flying. He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Feng almost lost his grip on the spear in his hand and nearly flew out. Brother Gu! Seeing this scene, Yang Zhan couldn't help but anxiously look at Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei took a step forward. His entire body was like a mirage as he instantly appeared in front of the two pursuing youths. He made a circle with his hands. Yin and Yang were clearly separated. A yin-yang diagram appeared in the sky, and the two youths involuntarily flew towards it. Bang! Bang! Chapter 3678. The Feng clan's little overlord, Feng Yu, had his eyes on Gu Fei's group and blocked them on the mountain path. This Feng clan's little overlord was very domineering and overbearing. He actually wanted to cripple Gu Fei's group just because of a disagreement. The two subordinates of this so-called Feng clan's little overlord were not weak either. They were both experts at the peak of the post-liminary realm. Wang Long and Ling Feng were actually unable to stop them and were at a disadvantage. As such, Yang Zhan, who was watching from the side, was extremely shocked. Gu Fei naturally would not just watch as Wang Long and the others were defeated by the Feng clan's guys. He immediately flashed and stood in front of the two Feng clan's disciples. Kill! The two Feng clan's cultivators immediately attacked Gu Fei. One of them directly slapped towards Gu Fei while the other young man flew up and kicked towards Gu Fei's head. When the two of them joined hands, their power instantly multiplied. Ha! Gu Fei laughed heartily. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the leg of the green-clothed young man. After that, he swung the wheel and smashed it towards the other young man. The two green-robed young men immediately collided and rolled on the mountain path. For a moment, they could not even stand up. The spectators were immediately stunned when they saw this scene. The two green-robed cultivators were actually so easily defeated by this black-robed young man. The two green-robed cultivators were still majestic just a moment ago, but now they were like two dead dogs lying on the mountain path. Damn it, who are you? You were the one who defeated Lei Dong, right? The Feng clan's little overlord angrily roared at Gu Fei. His two subordinates were not weaklings. They were only half a step away from the post-liminary realm. Even Wang Long and Ling Feng were no match for these two. However, Gu Fei defeated the two of them in one move. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was extremely shocking. You don't seem to have the qualifications to know who I am. Gu Fei looked indifferently at the little overlord of the Wind Clan and said. At this moment, Feng Yu was both shocked and furious. He never thought that Gu Fei's battle prowess would be so great. Even if a Xiantian realm cultivator were to make a move, it would still be impossible for him to defeat his two subordinates so easily. Haha, I don't have the qualifications to know. Feng Yu was so angry that he laughed. A powerful energy fluctuation immediately erupted from his body. At such a young age, his cultivation has already surpassed the Xiantian realm. No wonder he's so arrogant. Gu Fei looked at Feng Yu and said indifferently, the Feng clan's little overlord's cultivation actually surpassed the Xiantian realm. All the spectating cultivators were shocked. The Wind Clan was a clan even more powerful than the Thunder Clan. The Wind Clan was said to be one of the higher-ups of Ying Tian Sek's side courtyard. Therefore, the Feng clan's little overlord dared to be so unbridled. Of course, even so, the little overlord of the Feng clan did not dare to break Ying Tian Sek's rules and kill people near Ying Tian Sek's side courtyard. To be able to remain so calm even after knowing my cultivation level, I'm starting to admire you a little. Feng Yu stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, Che, a brat like you doesn't have the qualifications to make me nervous. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, I'm going to kill you. Feng Yu was infuriated. He roared and immediately disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Gu Fei and punched towards Gu Fei's face. Feng Yu's punch was very powerful, and it let out a piercing sound that caused people's hearts to palpitate. However, Gu Fei only stretched out his hand and caught the incoming fist. What? Feng Yu's shock was no small matter. A violent force burst out from his fist as he tried to shake off his opponent's hand. However, his opponent's hand did not budge at all. In the next moment, Feng Yu's body flew up and was thrown away by Gu Fei. Bang! Feng Yu's body was like a meteorite as he ruthlessly smashed into a stone mountain 1,000 feet away. The entire stone mountain instantly crumbled. Rocks scattered in all directions, and dust rose into the sky. Roar! An angry roar resounded. In the next moment, a figure rushed out from the dust that covered the sky. That person was Feng Yu. He immediately turned into a gust of astral wind and rushed towards Gu Fei. Formless wind blades covered the sky as they slashed towards Gu Fei. It was incomparably terrifying. Gu Fei soared into the sky and actually crashed into the countless wind blades. When those wind blades landed on his body, they all collapsed and didn't even leave a scratch on his clothes. How is this possible? This time, Feng Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Before he could finish his thoughts, Gu Fei had already arrived in front of him and grabbed his neck. You. Feng Yu had never been in such a sorry state since he started his cultivation. He couldn't help but burst into tears. Haha, crying when you can't win. You're still a brat. Gu Fei laughed and said, As long as I don't die, there will be a day when I surpass you. Feng Yu roared, Ambitious, but it's a pity that you won't be able to surpass me in this lifetime. Gu Fei shook his head and said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile, What did you say? Feng Yu looked at Gu Fei with incomparable shock. All right, I'm not going to play with you anymore. If those old friends of mine knew that I bullied a kid, they would probably laugh at me to death. Gu Fei sighed and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Who was that person to actually defeat the little overlord of the Feng clan? That was an expert that surpassed the Xiantian realm. Surpassing the Xiantian realm wasn't an immortal god, but an expert that could fly. Above that was the demigod realm, and above that was the immortal god realm. Only immortal gods could live forever. These human youths and youths outside the Primogenon mountain only had one goal, to become an immortal god and an existence that was even more powerful than an immortal god. In the ancestral god realm, immortal gods were as numerous as the hair on a cow. There were even many supremes and mortals. The ancestral god realm was the biggest world among all the worlds. One must know that the ancestral god realm was the origin of all worlds, the source of the heavenly punishment. Even the supremes didn't know how many races and living beings there were in the ancestral god realm. What terrified Gu Fei was that there might be an existence that was even more powerful than the supremes in the ancestral god realm. Of course, this was only Gu Fei's guess. Everything was possible in the ancestral god realm. Gu Fei then released Feng Yu and flew down from the sky to meet up with Wang Long and the rest. Feng Yu took a deep look at Gu Fei. He didn't care about his two subordinates that were still lying on the mountain path and flew towards Yingtian Sec's courtyard, disappearing in the sky. At this moment, Wang Long and the rest became even more pessimistic. It's over. We're really done for this time. How are we going to participate in the entrance trial after offending Feng Yu? Chapter 3679. Gu Fei easily defeated the Feng clan's Feng Yu. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected this black-clothed youth to be so powerful. The black-clothed youth didn't put Feng Yu and the Feng clan in his eyes at all. At this time, Wang Long's group was in a tragedy. Offending Lei Dong was already bad enough. Lei Dong's big brother was a disciple of the Yingtian sect. But compared to Gu Fei defeating Feng Yu, Lei Dong's matter was nothing. The Feng clan had people who had reached the upper echelons of the Yingtian sect's monastery. Now that they had offended Feng Yu, wouldn't they have no way to enter the Yingtian sect? Wang Long's group was very pessimistic, but Gu Fei didn't care. He was just playing around. It didn't matter if he could enter the Yingtian sect or not. After the Feng clan left, Gu Fei's group continued on their way. It was very peaceful along the way. No one from the Lei clan or the Feng clan came to cause trouble. The news of Gu Fei defeating Feng Yu had already spread. Who would dare to cause trouble for Gu Fei's group? Without any surprises, Gu Fei and the others arrived at the mountain gate of Yingtian sect's side courtyard at the appointed time. Just as they arrived at the mountain gate, there were already many young cultivators gathered outside the mountain gate. Gu Fei looked around and saw many young cultivators gathered in the open space outside the mountain gate. They didn't expect so many people to arrive here before them. Moreover, there were still more young cultivators arriving. Gu Fei's group found a place to sit down and took out some food to eat. At this time it was almost night. Suddenly, a white-robed immortal walked out of the mountain gate. This immortal was surrounded by immortal energy, and his body was faintly glowing with immortal light. Everyone listen up. After entering the gate, don't wander around. Otherwise, You'll have to bear the consequences." The white-robed immortal's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by all the young cultivators outside the gate. "We can enter the gate." The thousands of young cultivators gathered outside the mountain gate were overjoyed. At this moment, the mountain gate opened and a world of immortals and gods was opening its doors to them. Then, under the guidance of some green-robed disciples, the young cultivators outside the mountain gate directly rushed into the mountain gate. Gu Fei and the others were not in a hurry to enter the mountain gate. They saw that Lei Dong had also entered the mountain gate. When he entered the mountain gate, Lei Dong even turned around to look at Gu Fei, his gaze filled with viciousness. "This fellow." Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. "Brother Gu, what should we do?" Wang Long looked at Gu Fei with a worried expression. "That's right. Brother Gu, this Lei Dong isn't a good person. He will definitely take revenge on us." Ling Feng also said, "Who cares? Our lives are worthless. If that Lei Dong dares to take revenge on us, we will fight it out with him. At the very most, we will just die. Even if we die, I will still be a good man 20 years later." Yang Zhan ruthlessly said. Gu Fei glanced at Yang Zhan and couldn't help nodding inwardly. This Yang Zhan was still very reliable and had some guts. Wang Long and Ling Feng were a bit inferior. "That's true, but AI," Wang Long said with a sigh. "Oh, that's Feng Yu. He also entered the mountain gate." Yang Zhan suddenly exclaimed. Gu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. In truth, he had long since sensed Feng Yu's existence. This Feng Yu had always been secretly watching Gu Fei's group. After Feng Yu entered the mountain gate, he directly disappeared inside. Different situations call for different actions. Let's go in as well. After saying that, Gu Fei stood up and walked into the mountain gate. Yang Zhan didn't hesitate and directly chased after Gu Fei. Together with Gu Fei, they directly entered the mountain gate. Wang Long and Ling Feng glanced at each other and also quickly chased after Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. They then entered the mountain gate of the Yingtian sect's side courtyard. The young cultivators who were able to enter the side courtyard on time were led to a pavilion by an azure-robed disciple. This was the temporary residence of the young cultivators participating in the entrance trial. Looking at the large number of pavilions in front of them, all the young cultivators were dumbfounded. This was the means of an immortal clan. No matter how many cultivators came to participate in the entrance trial, they would still be able to live here. There weren't many human settlements outside the Primogenitum mountain range, but there were still tens of thousands of young cultivators who arrived at the Yingtian sect on time. Tens of thousands of young cultivators gathered in the side courtyard, preparing to participate in the sect's once-a-decade entrance trial. Gu Fei was very curious about how the sect would test these tens of thousands of young cultivators and how many of them would be able to pass and become a true disciple of the sect. However, there was one thing that Gu Fei knew. Among these tens of thousands of young cultivators, most of them would definitely be eliminated in the trial. Most of them could only return home. Of course, there were also many who died in the trial. Gu Fei didn't care that much. He directly chose a pavilion and moved in. Wang Long and the others had no choice but to follow Gu Fei into the pavilion. At this time, they could only follow Gu Fei all the way to the dark. Gu Fei discovered that Lei Dong and Feng Yu didn't live in this area. These two obviously went through the back door. However, everyone had to participate in the Yingtian sect's entrance trial. Even if Lei Dong and Feng Yu had people in the side courtyard, they couldn't be absent. The immortal aura inside Yingtian sect was clearly much stronger than outside. The entire Yingtian sect's side courtyard was probably enveloped by a great spirit gathering formation. The side courtyard on the ground was where some of the lower-level disciples cultivated, while the upper echelons lived on the immortal mountain in the sky. The immortal energy on the mountain floating in the sky became even more powerful. At this time, within a hall on the mountain, The upper echelons of the Ing Tian monastery were discussing the matters of the entrance trial. How are the preparations going? The hall master directly asked the upper echelons in the hall. Everything is ready. We can start at any time. An old man stood up and said, Very good. The hall master nodded. However, the difficulty of this year's trial will increase by quite a bit. I expect many people will be eliminated. Another elder added, Increasing the difficulty is inevitable. Our Ing Tian sect is also starting to walk the path of elites. This kind of reform is something that must be carried out. The hall master glanced at everyone before saying this. The upper echelons in the hall nodded inwardly. This was something decided by the ancestors of the ancestral gate. No one dared to have any objections. Who would dare go against the ancestors? Feng Ting, I'll leave this matter to you. The hall master looked at a tall and fierce-looking, middle-aged man. Yes, hall master. The elder called Feng Ting hastily replied. Then everyone can disperse. The hall master waved his hand and stood up, walking into the back of the hall. The upper echelons of the Ingtian courtyard also dispersed after that. At this time, Feng Ting's heart was a bit heavy. He hadn't expected the hall master to make him responsible for the entrance trial this time. However, he had already received the news that one of his clan's disciples had been defeated outside the mountain, and he was the one in charge of the entrance trial this time. He was very curious as to who could defeat Feng Yu. Feng Yu was the most outstanding disciple of the Feng clan in 100 years. Feng Yu was definitely a monstrous existence in the Feng clan. At such a young age, his cultivation had already surpassed the Xiantian realm, but he had still been defeated. This year's entrance trial will be very intense. Feng Ting muttered to himself. After leaving the hall, he returned to his residence. At this time, Feng Yu was already waiting for him. Feng Yu greets Grand Uncle. Feng Yu immediately went to welcome Feng Ting when he returned. Rise, tell me what happened. Feng Ting asked in a deep voice as he sat down and looked at Feng Yu, who was kneeling at his feet. Grand Uncle, it was like this. Feng Yu told him what had happened. You're still young and impetuous. After listening to Feng Yu's story, Feng Ting suddenly sighed. The Feng clan and the Lei clan didn't have much of a relationship to begin with. Yet Feng Yu wanted to stand up for Lei Dong. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Leave everything to me. Feng Ting said. He wanted to see who the young man who defeated Feng Yu was. He wanted to see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. With his support, Feng Yu would have no problem passing the entrance trial. Many thanks for your help, Grand Uncle. Feng Yu was very intelligent and naturally understood the meaning behind Feng Ting's words. All right, you can go back. Feng Ting said. Yes, Grand Uncle. Feng Yu hastily bowed to Feng Ting and then left. While Feng Yu was seeing his grand uncle, Lei Dong had also found his big brother, Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen had already become a white-robed disciple of the Ingtian sect. No one knew better than Lei Dong what a white-robed disciple meant. Big brother, you've actually become an immortal. Lei Dong was both surprised and delighted to see his big brother. Lei Zhen directly threw a jade bottle to Lei Dong. There's a sacred healing pill inside. Take it and your injuries will quickly heal. Many thanks, big brother. Lei Dong took the jade bottle and opened it. He poured out a pill from the bottle and ate it in one gulp. In the next moment, a wave of heat spread from his abdomen to his limbs and bones. In just a moment, he felt his body brimming with inexhaustible energy. His previous injuries were quickly healing. Just who is that Gu Fei to be able to defeat you? And which other overlord of the Feng clan did he defeat? Lei Dong was very curious. Big brother, you'll be able to see that fellow very soon. Lei Dong clenched his teeth. That fellow had actually dared injure him. This enmity had to be avenged. Don't act rashly, understand? Lei Dong didn't want his brother to die to that person. Chapter 3680. Within the Ing Tian Sect's 36 courtyards, the Primogenitor mountain range was the last of the 36 courtyards. All the youths and young cultivators within tens of thousands of miles had gathered here. The Ing Tian courtyard's entrance trial was about to begin. Countless young cultivators had arrived at the courtyard's mountain gate and stayed in the pavilions within the mountain gate. Gu Fei was also one of the tens of thousands of young cultivators. However, he had offended many people. Whether it was the Thunder Clan or the Wind Clan, they both had a certain amount of influence in the courtyard. At this time, Wang Long and the others were sighing. After offending the Thunder and Wind clans, they no longer had any hope of passing the Ing Tian Sect's entrance trial. In fact, Wang Long, Ling Feng, and Yang Zhan all wanted to give up. However, they were already here, and they were unwilling to give up now. Gu Fei didn't care about what these guys were thinking. The Ing Tian Sect's entrance trial was nothing to him. Brother Gu, sigh. Wang Long wanted to say something to Gu Fei, but he didn't say it in the end. Gu Fei also didn't say anything. He felt that there was a gap between him and Wang Long, especially between Wang Long and Ling Feng. On the other hand, Yang Zhan was a passionate and hot-blooded person. Yang Zhan was a sword cultivator, and it seemed that sword cultivators liked to be straightforward and didn't need to beat around the bush. Sword cultivators were born with a cold and arrogant temperament, and they disdained to engage in crafty schemes. Gu Fei had a very good impression of Yang Zhan. At this moment, Gu Fei's divine sense had enveloped the entire Ing Tian Sect courtyard. No one could sense the existence of his divine sense. It should be known that his cultivation was even higher than the courtyard master of Ing Tian Sect, so these people could not sense his existence at all. So many people actually came. Gu Fei sensed that there were no less than 100,000 young cultivators gathered in the Ing Tian side courtyard's mountain gate. This number shocked even him. Outside the Primogenitor mountain range was a boundless mountain range. There were not many places where humans lived. However, there were hundreds of thousands of young cultivators in such a place. This was unbelievable to him. And among these young cultivators, there were bound to be many who could pass the Ing Tian courtyard's entrance trial and become a disciple of the Ing Tian sect. The reason why the Ing Tian sect was able to prosper for so long was not without reason. This method of accepting disciples was definitely worth learning. Of course, this method of accepting disciples was not unique to Ing Tian sect. In fact, whether it was the primogenitor realm, the human world, the ancestral god realm, or the heavenly realm, there are countless sects and great sects that used this method to accept disciples. However, some transcendent sects wouldn't do such a thing. These sects were much stricter than ordinary sects when it came to accepting disciples. After nightfall, the entire courtyard of Ing Tian sect gradually quietened down. The disciples of Ing Tian sect were all cultivating. Countless strands of immortal Tao energy rose from the mountain gate on the ground of Ing Tian sect's side courtyard, and the immortal mountain in the sky emitted an even stronger strand of immortal Tao energy. Looks like the upper echelons of Ing Tian sect are all on the immortal mountain. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in his room. Everything within Ing Tian sect's side courtyard appeared in his mind. Everything was under his control. He sensed Lei Dong's aura as well as Feng Yu's aura. These two were together with existences far stronger than them. The immortal with Lei Dong should be his elder brother Lei Zhen. As for the person with Feng Yu, the aura emitted from his body was somewhat terrifying. This guy was actually a Saint King. A Sage King level existence was actually meeting Feng Yu. Needless to say, this Sage King was from the Feng clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be meeting Feng Yu alone. Sage Kings were probably elder-level existences in Ing Tian sect's side courtyard. The courtyard lord was only a Sage King. Whether it was Lei Dong or Feng Yu, neither of them knew that there was a pair of invisible eyes watching them from the void. An uneventful night passed. Early the next morning, Gu Fei's group was called up by a green-robed disciple from Ing Tian sect's side courtyard. They all gathered at a huge plaza within the mountain gate. There was a sea of people everywhere. Gu Fei's group was immediately drowned in the crowd. All right, all of you listen up. The entrance trial is about to begin. You have 2 hours to prepare. A young immortal from Tian Sec's side courtyard spoke to all the young cultivators on the plaza. His voice wasn't loud, but his words reached everyone's ears. It's finally about to begin. Everyone in the plaza was incomparably excited. However, it wasn't easy to pass the entrance trial. Moreover, this trial was dangerous. Quite a few people would lose their lives during each trial. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly looked up at a floating cloud in the sky. Did he discover me? An elder on that cloud was startled. He had a vague bad feeling as he looked at Gu Fei. His intuition told him that this Gu Fei wasn't simple. The entrance trial was a major event for the Tian Sec's side courtyard. As the elder in charge, Feng Ting naturally had to personally attend. He stepped on a floating cloud and descended from the sky. He landed on the high platform and sat on the throne. A powerful divine was spread out from his body and enveloped everyone in the square. Yes, quite a few good seedlings have appeared this year. Feng Ting nodded inside. 2 hours quickly passed. Time's up. The voice of the white-robed immortal on the high platform was heard by everyone in the square. The noisy square immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at the high platform excitedly. Begin. Feng Ting gave the order from his throne high in the sky. Yes, Lord Elder. The white-robed immortal hastily bowed to Feng Ting. Then, with a wave of his right hand, 9 rays of immortal light flew out of his sleeve. 9 beams of immortal light landed on the ground. When the immortal light dissipated, 9 ancient stone doors appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. Rumble. The 9 ancient doors slowly opened. Everyone stared at them as an aura that seemed to come from the primordial world spread out from behind them. Once you enter, the doors will close. 10 days later, they will open once more. During these 10 days, you only have one mission: to survive. Understood? The white-robed immortal loudly shouted at everyone participating in the entrance trial. Many people were dumbfounded. The plaza was completely silent. Those who wish to withdraw from this trial still have the chance to do so, said the white-robed immortal. Still, no one said anything. No one wanted to withdraw. Once they passed the entrance trial, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. No one was willing to miss out on such a chance. Very good. I now announce that the entrance trial begins, said the white-robed immortal loudly. As soon as the white-robed celestial finished speaking, more than 1,000 young cultivators rushed out from the crowd on the square. These young cultivators immediately rushed into the 9 stone doors. Charge! Someone roared furiously, and the tens of thousands of young cultivators on the square immediately surged towards the 9 stone doors like a tidal wave, directly rushing through the stone doors. Gu Fei was very calm. These 9 stone doors were connected to 9 different heavens. Ying Tianzong actually had such a method. This was somewhat unexpected. One had to know that these were 9 heavens. Although they weren't perfect, the world behind the stone doors was still very vast. As for what was inside, Gu Fei didn't know. Brother Gu, which one should we enter? Yang Zhan looked at Gu Fei. At this time, Wang Long and Ling Feng didn't move. They were both watching, but they were both somewhat anxious and fearful. To the hundreds of thousands of people, they were very insignificant. They didn't even know that Lei Dong, Feng Yu, and the others had entered that stone door. It would naturally be best if they could avoid these people. But if they were unlucky and entered the same stone door as Lei Dong or Feng Yu, then it would truly be a tragedy. Whatever. Gu Fei didn't care at all. The 9 stone doors were 9 different heavens. It didn't matter which world he entered. At this time, he sensed that Lei Dong and Feng Yu hadn't entered the stone door. The number of young cultivators in the square was decreasing. In less than an hour, there were almost no young cultivators left. However, Lei Dong and Feng Yu were both watching Gu Fei's group. Gu Fei wasn't anxious, but Lei Dong, Feng Yu, and their subordinates were extremely anxious. Wang Long and Ling Feng were also very anxious. They all wanted to enter the world behind the stone door. Clearly, Lei Dong and Feng Yu were planning the same thing. They were waiting for Gu Fei's group. If Gu Fei's group entered the world behind the stone door, they would enter the same one. Preposterous! Wang Long and Ling Feng's expressions became very ugly. Brett, you're dead this time. Lei Dong grinned maliciously at Gu Fei, looking very pleased with himself. I'd advise you to stay away from me. Gu Fei glanced at Lei Dong and said disapprovingly. At this time, a figure descended from the sky and landed next to Lei Dong. It was a white-robed immortal. A powerful immortal aura emanated from his body. Wang Long and the others were shocked by the eruption of immortal pressure. They felt as if a mountain was suddenly pressing down on them. They couldn't even straighten their backs. Little brother, this is the guy who injured you. The white-robed immortal looked coldly at Gu Fei. In the Ying Tian sect, the white-robed disciples were all immortal god-level existences. I really hope that all of you can pass the entrance trial. Lei Zhen looked at Wang Long and the others with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. TCH, who the hell do you think you are? If you want to deal with us, then do it now. I hate lowly people like you the most. Yang Zhan stared at the white-robed immortal and shouted, You! Lei Dong was enraged and was about to unleash even more powerful immortal pressure. Enough! If you don't go in, the stone door is about to close. Chapter 3681. Genius 1 Second Remember Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. In the public square of Ying Tian Sect's side courtyard, Gu Fei and Lei Ting were facing each other. Lei Ting was Lei Dong's elder brother. 10 years ago, during Ying Tian Sect's entrance trial, he had successfully passed the trial and became a true disciple of Ying Tian Sect. Fender's talent was definitely at the level of a genius. In just 10 years, he had cultivated from the Khanate realm to the immortal realm and became the disciple of the white-robed immortal of Ying Tian Sect. The hierarchy in Ying Tian Sect was very strict. Disciples below the immortal god stage could only wear green robes and were known as Ying Tian Sect's Green Robes disciples. Within the Ying Tian Sect's 12 branch sects and 36 monasteries, only immortal gods could wear white robes. Those were the white-robed immortal disciples of the Ying Tian Sect. However, amongst the white-robed immortals' disciples, they were divided according to their cultivation bases. Ordinary immortals were the lowest, and above immortals were immortal kings. In the Ying Tian Sect, immortal kings were already considered elders. Above the celestial king was the celestial emperor, and the Ying Tian Sect's side courtyard's master was a celestial emperor. The white-robed immortal on the platform was an immortal king, while the lightning was just an ordinary immortal. Therefore, the lightning didn't dare act presumptuously in front of the white-robed immortal. At this time, the 9 stone doors on the plaza were about to close. Lei Dong and Feng Yu could no longer sit still, because once the stone doors closed, they would lose the qualifications to participate in the trial. Even if they wanted to enter, it would be impossible. Once the stone door was closed, even the dean wouldn't be able to open it. Lei Dong and Feng Yu didn't care too much. They directly rushed towards the 9 stone doors. They didn't go the same way. Lei Dong entered the 3rd stone door, while Feng Yu entered the last one, the 9th stone door. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Lei Dong and Feng Yu definitely did not randomly choose a stone door and enter. It seemed that the two of them had already made preparations. The lightning had no intention of entering the stone door. It had already become an immortal, so there was no need for it to take the risk of entering the stone door. The world behind the 9 stone doors was not a treasure trove. It was filled with unfathomable dangers. It was definitely not an easy task to survive for 10 days in such a place. Wang Long and Ling Feng glanced at each other. They then chose a different stone door from Lei Dong and Feng Yu. Wang Long entered the second stone door, while Ling Feng entered the eighth stone door. This way, Wang Long and Ling Feng would not encounter these two fellows. However, Gu Fei did not care. He directly entered the stone door where Lei Dong was. Seeing this, Yang Zhan also followed Gu Fei into the third stone door. As soon as Gu Fei entered the world behind the stone door, he was shocked. He saw that this place was verdant and full of vitality. He discovered that the place he appeared in was a short mountain. There were endless mountain ridges and primitive forests all around. There were no signs of human life. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the forest at the foot of the hill. Then, a black shadow jumped out from the forest. Gu Fei looked and saw that this fierce beast was actually a Qilin beast. This made him indescribably shocked. They had just entered the world behind the stone door, and they actually encountered a Qilin beast. This Qilin beast was not a weak, fierce beast. It had the blood of a Qilin flowing in its veins. In the primogenitor's realm, the Qilin race was definitely an incomparably powerful race. Although this Qilin beast was not a real Qilin, it was not to be underestimated. One had to know that those who entered the world behind the stone door were all mortals, not immortals. If mortals encountered a Qilin beast, there was only one outcome: to be eaten by the Qilin beast. "Brother Gu, what do we do?" Seeing a Qilin beast jump out from the forest, Yang Zhan was immediately dumbfounded. Damn, how are people supposed to live? Was this something mortals could handle? Rumble. At this time, the stone door behind Gu Fei's group had already started to close. It was impossible to leave this place now. It's just a small matter. Gu Fei said lightly. What? This is just a small matter? Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. Roar. At this time, the Qilin beast at the foot of the short mountain suddenly roared at Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. It directly leapt up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. What? The Qilin beast actually directly leapt from the foot of the mountain to the peak. Like a small mountain, it smashed down towards Gu Fei's group. A violent aura spread out from the beast's body. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Looks like quite a few people are unlucky. Gu Fei raised his head to look at the Qilin beast falling from the sky and suddenly laughed. Then he unhurriedly punched upwards, as if it was a casual punch. We're dead for sure. Yang Zhan looked at the Qilin beast pouncing down from the sky, and his face turned pale. However, a muffled sound of impact rang out. The Qilin beast that was like a small mountain was actually blasted into the sky by Gu Fei's punch. Yang Zhan was once again dumbfounded at this scene. He couldn't believe it. It was as if he was dreaming. The powerful Qilin beast was actually blasted into the sky by a single punch from Gu Fei. How is this possible? Yang Zhan's voice trembled. Nothing is impossible, Gu Fei indifferently said. At this time, the Qilin beast fell from the sky. Boom! The ground trembled as it directly smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Yang Zhan looked over and saw that the Qilin beast was already dead. It was killed by a single punch from Gu Fei. It was truly unbelievable that this Qilin beast was actually killed by Gu Fei. This was a Qilin beast, an incomparably powerful Qilin beast. Furthermore, the Qilin beast's defense was absolutely astonishing. Its thick scales were impenetrable by swords and spears. Even a Xiantian expert would only end up being eaten by this Qilin beast. Even existences that had surpassed the Xiantian realm wouldn't be able to kill this beast so easily. This kind of trial is practically a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Yang Zhan was incomparably terrified. It's not that serious. I think the reason why we appeared here should be random. Before us, there shouldn't have been many people who appeared here. Gu Fei said. What? Yang Zhan was indescribably shocked. Look, there's practically no trace of people around here. If tens of thousands of people had come here before, this scene wouldn't be like this. Gu Fei looked around and said, "So it's like this." Yang Zhan also discovered that the vegetation around the mountain had no traces of being disturbed. This place was too clean. "Let's go," Gu Fei said. Since they had come here, they might as well take a stroll around this world and see if they could find anything interesting. Of course, there weren't many things that could pique his interest. Well, should we find a place to hide and come back here 10 days later? Yang Zhan asked. There's no need to go through so much trouble. When we passed through the stone gate, some kind of imprint was left on our bodies. 10 days later, we will automatically return to this world's entrance. Gu Fei said. The secret of the 9 stone gates wasn't too obvious to Gu Fei. Ying Tianzong's method wasn't very brilliant. The world behind the 3rd stone gate was very vast. Ying Tianzong's courtyard used the stone gates to send the youths to various corners of this world. This was the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial. In truth, this kind of trial was very simple. Those who survived could become disciples of Ying Tianzong. If they died or were crippled, they would be mercilessly eliminated. This was the cruelty of the primogenitor's realm. Every 10 years, countless young human cultivators would die in the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial. However, even though they knew this, countless young human cultivators still went to the Ying Tian sect to participate in this cruel trial. At this time in the other trial lands, countless young cultivators encountered all kinds of dangers. Some cultivators died, while others were lucky enough to survive. Roar! In the 2nd trial land behind the 2nd stone gate, furious roars came from a valley. Wang Long was swinging his saber as he fought against a pack of wolves. He was very unlucky. After entering the 2nd trial land, he appeared in a valley, and inside the valley was a wolf's den. Wang Long was surrounded by over 100 wolves. He could only fight them with his life on the line. If he didn't have a spirit grade saber, he would have already been torn to pieces by the wolves. Kill! Wang Long cleaved the fierce wolf that was pouncing on him into 2 halves, and directly rushed out of the valley. Saber light flashed, and the wolves fell at Wang Long's feet. At this time, Wang Long's entire body was drenched in wolf blood, and even his hair was dripping blood. Kill! Die for me! Wang Long went crazy because he knew that he only had 2 endings today. One was to live, and the other was to live. He didn't want to die, so he could only fight with his life on the line. In the end, Wang Long successfully killed his way out of the valley. In the 8th trial land, Ling Feng wasn't so lucky. He encountered a group of evil people. Not only was he robbed, but he also had one of his legs crippled, turning him into a cripple. Those people didn't kill Ling Feng, but that was no different from killing him. Even if he survived, he would lose the chance to become a disciple of Ying Tianzong after leaving the 8th trial land. In the 3rd trial land, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan arrived in front of a valley. A thick smell of blood wafted out of the valley. Gu Fei frowned and directly walked into the valley. Yang Zhan was 100 times unwilling, but he had no choice but to follow Gu Fei into the valley. His intuition told him that he would be very safe with Gu Fei. Later on, Yang Zhan realized how lucky he was. Meeting Gu Fei was something he could brag about for the rest of his life. He was incomparably proud of himself. Ling Feng and Wang Long, on the other hand, were filled with regret. Chapter 3682. In Tian Sect's courtyards, 9 great trial lands had already closed. All the young cultivators who came to participate in Tian Sect's entrance trial had already entered these 9 great trial lands. Not a single one of them had given up on this incomparably cruel trial. At this time, within the 3rd trial, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan had arrived outside a mountain valley. The smell of blood. Gu Fei frowned. A thick smell of blood was actually coming from the mountain valley. That made him a bit curious, so he directly walked inside. Yang Zhan saw Gu Fei walk inside and could only follow behind Gu Fei. This is as soon as they entered the mountain valley. Gu Fei saw corpses on the ground. They were human corpses, and they were all desiccated corpses, as if they had been sucked dry of their flesh and blood. What's going on? Yang Zhan was quite frightened by this scene. These corpses all had a large hole in the top of their skulls. Their deaths were extremely horrifying. Let's go in and see what's going on, Gu Fei calmly said. These corpses were all the young cultivators who had entered the third trial. Why had they died so miserably in this mountain valley? That was what had piqued Gu Fei's curiosity. The deeper Gu Fei and Yang Zhan went into the mountain valley, the more corpses they saw, and the stronger the smell of blood was. Along the way, Gu Fei estimated that he had already seen over 1,000 corpses. These corpses all had a large hole in their skulls. Their essence and spiritual energy had been sucked dry, turning them into desiccated corpses. These corpses didn't have the slightest trace of essence energy. Could there be a mysterious life form living in this mountain valley? The mountain valley was filled with jagged rocks, and there were very few trees. But there were many skeletons scattered on the ground, and there were even more new corpses on top of them. How is this a trial? This is practically suicide. Yang Zhan was incomparably alarmed. He didn't dare stray too far from Gu Fei. His intuition told him that this mountain valley was filled with unknown dangers. But he couldn't figure out why these people had died here. Hadn't they been thrown into the various regions of this trial? Gu Fei didn't know what was going on. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and looked up into the sky. He saw something falling rapidly from the sky. That is, Gu Fei's pupils shrank. It was a corpse. To be exact, it was the corpse of a young cultivator who had just died. However, this corpse was not a dried corpse. A dull sound came from the depths of the valley, and the corpse fell directly into the depths of the valley. Gu Fei vaguely saw a black shadow disappear into the horizon. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't see what it was, which surprised him. Even Gu Fei couldn't clearly see what that thing in the sky was. Yang Zhan, a mortal who wasn't even an immortal, couldn't even see that thing in the sky. Yang Zhan didn't sense the existence of that mysterious thing in the sky at all. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He just paused for a moment before continuing forward. There were more and more corpses on the ground, which made him feel incredulous. Could it be that in the third trial there was a mysterious life form that specifically hunted and killed the young cultivators who were participating in the trial? No one could answer Gu Fei. After turning a corner, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan were shocked by the scene that appeared in front of them. There was a huge nest in front of them. It was a nest made entirely out of bones. The nest was thousands of zhang tall and was shaped like a bird's nest. However, this bird's nest was made out of bones. What kind of thing is this nest? Yang Zhan was dumbfounded, his voice trembling. This was his first time seeing such a shocking thing. A nest made of bones that was 1,000 meters tall. Even if he told others, no one would believe him. At this time, the nest was surrounded by dried corpses. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. It had to be known that there were only 10 to 20,000 young cultivators who entered the third trial. Could it be that all the young cultivators who entered the third trial had been annihilated? AI Gu Fei sighed. He didn't think that the insect's trial would be so cruel. It was much crueler than he had imagined. These young cultivators were the elites of the human race. Many of them definitely had the potential to become immortals. But now, they had all died in this trial. At this time, there was a sudden air-piercing sound in the sky. A black shadow directly swooped down from the sky, trying to grab Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. "Brother Gu, be careful!" Yang Zhan exclaimed. Swish! An incomparably sharp sword light suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The sword light flashed through the sky, and the mysterious life form that swooped down from the sky was actually cleaved in half. The mysterious life form's corpse fell to the ground, and a nauseating stench filled the air. Gu Fei looked and saw that the mysterious life form that was cleaved in half by his sword was actually something similar to a rotten corpse, but it had bone wings on its back. "Dead soul!" Yang Zhan was shocked. You've seen a dead soul before? Gu Fei was a little surprised. One had to know that Yang Zhan wasn't immortal and was just a mortal. As a mortal, if he were to encounter a dead soul, it would definitely be a dead end. If Yang Zhan had seen a dead soul before, he might still be alive. I haven't seen it before, but I've heard of it before. Yang Zhan looked at the corpse of the dead soul nervously. Could this bone nest be a nest of dead souls? At this time, a tentacle silently extended out from the bone nest and pierced at the top of Gu Fei's head with extreme speed. Swish! With a thought, another sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The sword light flashed, and that tentacle fell from the sky. In the next moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the bone nest. This sound was like something rubbing against each other, and it was a bone-chilling sound. After that, the entire bone nest shook. At the same time, black shadows flew over from all directions, enveloping the entire valley. Those were countless terrifying dead souls with bone wings, malevolent faces, and a rotten stench. Seeing the scene, Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. I'm dead for sure this time. Why didn't I leave just now? Yang Zhan was filled with regret. Now he couldn't even leave even if he wanted to. At this time, under Gu Fei's gaze, a huge monster was crawling out of the bone nest. It was a monster covered in tentacles. An extremely powerful death qi spread out from its body. How can I live like this? Gu Fei found it hard to believe that there was actually an extremely powerful dead soul in this valley. The cultivation base of this dead soul had probably surpassed the immortal emperor realm. No wonder those cultivators who participated in the entrance trial were hunted down. The tentacle monster let out a cry towards the countless dead souls in the sky. Then the densely packed dead souls in the sky pounced towards Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. The undead spirits blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they swooped down. This scene caused Yang Zhan to be dumbfounded. With so many undead spirits attacking together, it was likely that they would lose their lives here. Just when Yang Zhan thought that it was over, Gu Fei made his move. Rays of extremely sharp sword light rushed out from his body. Wherever the sword light passed, the dead souls fell from the sky. Very quickly, the ground was filled with the corpses of the dead souls. Yang Zhan didn't think that Gu Fei would be this powerful. He was actually able to block the attack of countless dead souls by himself. Swish! One of the tentacles suddenly stabbed towards Yang Zhan, its speed reaching the extreme. Yang Zhan was startled and hastily dodged to the side. The tentacle also retracted. 9 heaven punishing swords. Without hesitation, Gu Fei displayed this ultimate killing technique. In the next moment, a terrifying killing intent spread out from his body. Even Yang Zhan, who was beside him, felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. The 9 immortal sword lights burst out with a strong killing power and obliterated upwards. Countless dead spirits fell from the sky like dumplings. This was an incomparably crazy scene. Very quickly, the dead souls in the sky were all killed by Gu Fei. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dead souls' corpses. That tentacle monster's countless tentacles wrapped towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei still used the punishing Heaven 9 swords, and that tentacle monster was instantly killed. It seemed like something big was happening in the third trial. This made the higher-ups of Tian Sec's courtyard feel uneasy. The stone door was already closed, and they couldn't enter the third trial. After Gu Fei killed the tentacle monster, he jumped onto the bone nest. He saw that the bone nest was filled with corpses, human corpses. Several small tentacle monsters were devouring the flesh and bones of these corpses. He waved his right hand, and several sword lights immediately rushed out from his hand, killing the few small tentacle monsters in the bone nest. That is, Gu Fei's gaze was suddenly attracted by something in the bone nest. It was a bead. To be precise, it was a bead that gathered endless death qi. What is this? Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the bead in the bone nest flew up and fell into his hand. He carefully observed this bead and finally came to a conclusion. This bead was definitely worthy of being called the Death God's Bead. This Death God's Bead was only the size of an adult's thumb, but the death chi contained within it was absolutely massive. Once this death chi exploded, all life within a radius of tens of thousands of miles would be cut off. This is a good item. It's most suitable for swindling people. Gu Fei carefully kept this Death God's Bead. Such an item would definitely come in handy in the future. Just as Gu Fei took the Death God's Bead, Yang Zhan, who was under the bone nest, suddenly exclaimed. Gu Fei quickly turned around and was delighted to see that Yang Zhan was actually being chased by a small tentacle monster. Chapter 3683. In a valley in the third trial of Ing Tian Sec's side courtyard, Gu Fei displayed his prowess and directly killed countless dead spirits. He even killed the Lord of Dead Spirits in the bone nest. Although the undead spirit lord was powerful, it was nothing in front of Gu Fei. There were actually a few smaller undead spirit lords in the undead spirit lord's bone nest, which surprised Gu Fei. They should be the undead spirit lord's clones. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't let the undead spirit lord's clones go, so he killed them with a single slash. However, one of the undead spirit lord's clones had left the bone nest at some point and was chasing after Yang Zhan. After the undead spirit lord was killed by Gu Fei, the power of its clones would be greatly reduced. However, this wasn't something Yang Zhan could deal with. The tentacle monster pounced on Yang Zhan, then directly bit at him. "I'm dead." Yang Zhan thought that it was impossible for him to escape. He closed his eyes and waited for death. But at this critical moment, a sword light flashed through the air. The tentacle monster on Yang Zhan's body was immediately split in half, and a putrid stench of blood splattered all over Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan was both surprised and delighted to have escaped death and hastily crawled up from the ground. "Many thanks for saving my life, Brother Gu." Yang Zhan cupped his hands to Gu Fei. "It's just a small matter." Gu Fei waved his hand. "It might be a small matter to Brother Gu, but to this little brother it's my life." Yang Zhan hastily said. Gu Fei smiled noncommittally and didn't say anything. "Let's go." Gu Fei put away the Death God's Pearl and walked out of the valley. This place had already become hell, and there were dead spirit corpses everywhere in the depths of the valley. The entire valley was shrouded in an aura of death. Being able to obtain the Death God's Pearl was a pleasant surprise for Gu Fei. Entering this valley and killing all the undead spirits wasn't in vain. However, just as Gu Fei and Yang Zhan came out of the valley, they were blocked by a group of people outside the valley entrance. This group of people came with ill intentions. "Hand over everything on you and scram." The leader of the group was a tall, muscular cultivator who looked even stronger than an ox. He shouted at Gu Fei with a dozen of his men following behind him. Gu Fei laughed. These guys actually dared to rob him. "You bastards, get lost." Yang Zhan walked up from behind Gu Fei, sweeping his eyes over the crowd before finally resting his gaze on the burly man. This fellow actually told us to scram? Then should we scram or not? When the leader of the group heard Yang Zhan's words, he laughed without restraint. He didn't put these two guys in his eyes at all. Yang Zhan wasn't even a Xiantian realm cultivator, and this brat didn't have a Xiantian realm cultivation either. The muscular man in the lead was very confident. How could these two brats be a match for him? When a Xiantian cultivator fought against a Hotian cultivator, it was simply a crushing defeat. "You dare to tell us to scram? You're courting death." A tall and skinny fellow jumped out from behind the muscular man. He was holding a long saber in his hand. This long saber was actually a spirit tool. I originally wanted to spare your lives, but you really don't know any better. There's no other way. I can only kill you." The muscular man in the lead shook his head and sighed. "Who the hell do you think you are? You actually dare to act pretentious in front of our brother Gu?" Yang Zhan angrily said. These fellows simply didn't know how powerful Brother Gu was. If they did, they would have long since pissed their pants in terror and begged for mercy. This fellow is the most loathsome. Kill him first, then kill that brat. The muscular man directly ordered his men behind him. Yes, boss. The dozen young cultivators behind the muscular man immediately raised their weapons and surrounded Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. I'll give you one more chance. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and calmly looked at the young cultivators surrounding him. Haha. When the muscular man and his men heard Gu Fei's words, they all burst into laughter. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. This little brat didn't even have a Xiantian cultivation, yet he dared to speak such arrogant words. He was simply overestimating himself. Hurry up and scram. Our Brother Gu's words are absolute. If he says he will kill you, then he will definitely kill you. Yang Zhan shouted at the muscular man and his men. I'm so scared. The muscular man pretended to be afraid and said, We are also very scared. Come and kill us, haha. The muscular man's men also began to mock and ridicule Yang Zhan. Sigh. Yang Zhan helplessly shook his head and retreated to the side. Go and kill them. The muscular man in the lead roared and pounced towards Gu Fei. The copper hammer in his hand directly smashed down on Gu Fei's head. The other young cultivators also attacked. Some attacked Gu Fei, some attacked Yang Zhan. They only had one goal, and that was to kill them. However, a scene that scared them out of their wits appeared. They saw Gu Fei wave his right sleeve. All the young cultivators attacking him, including the muscular man in the lead, were also sent flying by the power that erupted from Gu Fei's sleeve. How is this possible? The group of bandits were all dumbfounded. The other party had just waved his sleeve and they were all annihilated. At this time, the muscular man in the lead finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. He had misjudged this black-robed youth to be so powerful. All of them vomited blood and fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei clasped his hands behind his back and looked down at these fellows. Senior, please spare us. At this time, the fiendish leader hurriedly begged Gu Fei for mercy. Didn't you just say that you wanted to kill me? Come, I will stand here and let you chop me. Gu Fei calmly looked at the muscular man in the lead. No. Senior, please let this lowly one go. The muscular man in the lead begged. I told you to scram, but you refused. Now you want to scram? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Yang Zhan disdainfully looked at the muscular man in the lead. Senior, just treat it as a fart and let this lowly one go. The muscular man in the lead ignored Yang Zhan and bitterly begged Gu Fei, hoping that Gu Fei would let him go. However, how could Gu Fei let them go? So much nonsense. Gu Fei waved his right hand and a sword light shot out, directly killing the muscular man in the lead. The sword light then made a turn in the air and killed another young cultivator. The remaining young cultivators were scared silly by this scene. This guy actually dared to kill them. Run. The remaining young cultivators only had one thought in their minds, and that was to run. The young cultivators immediately scattered and ran for their lives. However, Gu Fei's sword light quickly moved through the air and killed all of the fleeing young cultivators. I've given you everything on them. Gu Fei said to Yang Zhan at the side. Really give it all to me. Yang Zhan didn't expect Gu Fei to not want any spoils of war. Didn't that mean he had struck it rich? He hastily thanked Gu Fei and charged over to search the muscular man in the lead. He was the leader of this group, so he naturally had many good things on him. Yang Zhan's guess was correct. He really did find quite a few good things on him, including weapons and medicinal pills. Haha, I'm so happy! Yang Zhan roared with laughter. Gu Fei couldn't help shaking his head as he watched from the side. He simply watched as Yang Zhan searched through the corpses of these people one by one. These were all things mortals could use. There wasn't even a single immortal item. How miserable were the humans in the primogenital world! An hour later, Yang Zhan had taken out all the good stuff from the corpses of those people. To Yang Zhan, he had really struck it rich. From these people, he actually found 3 spiritual weapons, more than 10 ordinary weapons, and some pills. Let's go. Gu Fei saw Yang Zhan put away the spoils of war and walked towards the opposite mountain ridge. Yang Zhan naturally followed closely behind Gu Fei. Only by following Gu Fei would he have meat to eat. Wang Long and Ling Feng were really stupid. Right after Gu Fei and Yang Zhan left, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Who killed them? One of the 2 was a handsome youth with a frown. How would I know? The other one was a dark-skinned black man. He said in a bad mood, "This person should be a sword cultivator. They were killed by a sword." The black man's expression was solemn as he looked at the sword mark on the neck of one of the corpses. That unlucky fellow's neck had almost been severed. Someone had actually started a massacre here. This was something no one wanted to see. The 2 of them walked into the valley. Soon, cries of alarm rang out from within the valley. In the next moment, 2 figures rushed out of the valley as if they were fleeing. The 2 of them seemed to have been scared out of their wits. They didn't even look back as they fled in panic. At this time, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan were walking towards a place outside the mountain ridge. Gu Fei sensed that a place was flourishing with people. That was the aura of mortals. It looked like a large number of humans had gathered there. What were they doing there? Soon, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan walked out of the mountain ridge. The place where people gathered outside the mountain ridge was actually a city that had existed for God knows how long. Seeing this city, even Gu Fei was surprised. It had to be known that this was just a training ground for Ying Tian Sec's side courtyard. Could it be that there were people living here for a long time? No one could answer Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. Looking at the humans entering and exiting the city, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan's expressions changed. What's going on here? Chapter 3684. Were Ying Tianzong's methods really so heaven-defying? There was actually a city in this trial world where people were cultivating, let alone Yang Zhan. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel moved. It had to be known that if this was a broken world, there would be no benefits for cultivators to cultivate here. Because such a world didn't have a complete Grand Tao, it was impossible to become a true expert by cultivating in such a place. Since ancient times, extreme Tao Supremes had always been born from a perfect world. For a broken world to give birth to an immortal God was already a miracle. Could it be that this place is actually a perfect world? Gu Fei muttered to himself, "Brother Gu, what's a perfect world?" Yang Zhan was baffled. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Gu Fei shook his head. Yang Zhan wasn't even an immortal god. He was just a mortal. How could he know the mysteries of this world? Yang Zhan wanted to ask more, but he held back in the end. At this time, Gu Fei was already walking toward the ancient city. Yang Zhan hastily chased after him. The city wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. When they got closer, Gu Fei and the others found that this city could only hold a few tens of thousands of people. The city walls were very tall, almost 300 meters. At this time, the ancient city was absolutely packed with people. People were constantly rushing towards the ancient city from all directions. Outside the ancient city gate, there was a long queue to enter the city. Some of them were actually the young cultivators who had entered this world to undergo trials. But at this time, whether they were newcomers or natives, they were all in a hurry to enter the city. This baffled Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. What's going on with these people? Yang Zhan walked forward and asked a dark-skinned, middle-aged man, "Senior, why are you in such a hurry to enter the city?" "What, you don't know?" The hunter-like middle-aged man looked at Yang Zhan as if he was looking at a monster. Should I know? Yang Zhan was startled. Are you also outsiders? The middle-aged man suddenly thought of something, and his expression became unsightly. It seemed he didn't like outsiders. The beast wave is coming. Enter the city if you want to live, the middle-aged man said impatiently. Then he ignored Yang Zhan and hurried to line up to enter the city. Beast wave. Yang Zhan's expression immediately changed. A beast tide had erupted in this place. No one knew better than Yang Zhan how terrifying the beast tide was, because he had experienced it himself. Countless savage beasts swept across the mountain ridges like a tide, ruthlessly destroying everything in their path. Brother Gu, let's hurry up and queue up to enter the city. A beast tide has broken out in this place. Yang Zhan quickly returned to Gu Fei's side and anxiously said to Gu Fei, Really? Gu Fei was still very calm, as if the beast tide had nothing to do with him. Of course, with Gu Fei's cultivation level, the beast tide, which seemed extremely terrifying to others, was completely ignored by him. It did not arouse his interest at all. Since everyone was in a hurry to enter the city, then he might as well go in and take a look. Gu Fei and Yang Zhan also joined the queue. But outsiders like Gu Fei and Yang Zhan were loathed by the natives of this region. Needless to say, those trial takers had definitely done many heinous things here, offending countless natives in this world. You want to enter the city without spirit herbs and spirit crystals? Scram! Suddenly, a shout came from the front. Then, Gu Fei saw an old man in ragged clothes being pushed out and falling to the ground. Old man, if you want to enter the city, then bring out 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals or a spirit herb. Otherwise, you can just stay outside and feed the beasts. A cultivator wearing black armor and holding a spear viciously glared at the old man on the ground. Lord Xian, please, if I don't enter the city, I definitely won't be able to live. The old man begged, but the soldiers guarding the city didn't budge. You want to enter the city without spirit crystals and spirit herbs? Bah! The soldier kicked the old man and walked back to the city gate while cursing. No one outside the city gate dared to say anything, let alone stand up for the old man. Because of the beast tide, if they didn't enter the ancient city to hide, they would be eaten by the beasts and not even their bones would be left. The old man walked away in despair. You still need to pay the entrance fee? Yang Zhan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Old man, come back. At this time a young cultivator stood out and called out to the old man. The old man turned and looked suspiciously at the young cultivator. Little brother, why did you call out to this old man? Come, here is 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals. Take it and enter the city. The young cultivator stuffed a small bag into the old man's hands. Little brother, this. The old man looked at the young cultivator in disbelief. Take it. I still have more, don't worry. The young cultivator said. This. The old man hesitated for a while, but in the end he still took the bag with 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals. Little brother, what's your name? This old man will forever be indebted to you. If there's a chance, this old man will definitely repay you. The old man was so excited that his body was trembling. This guy is stupid. He actually gave that old man 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals. 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals. That should be enough to exchange for a basic cultivation technique. This guy's head must have been kicked by a donkey. The crowd discussed among themselves. Gu Fei looked at the young cultivator and couldn't help but nod. There weren't many good people like this in the entire cultivation world. Old man, my name is Feng Liang. I don't need to thank you. The young man smiled and continued to line up. A good man, the old man said with a trembling voice. At this time, the line kept moving forward, and not long after, Yang Zhan and Gu Fei arrived at the city gate. Someone had set up a checkpoint at the city gate, and there were a dozen or so soldiers in black armor standing guard there, collecting entrance fees from the people passing by. 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals or a spiritual herb. Just as they reached the city gate, Yang Zhan was stopped by a soldier. "We still need spirit crystals and spiritual herbs to enter the city." Yang Zhan glared at the soldier and said angrily, "Brat, are you trying to cause trouble?" The dozen soldiers immediately brandished their spears and surrounded Yang Zhan. The leader of the soldiers glared at Yang Zhan with a cold expression and said fiercely, "This daddy wants to cause trouble, so what?" Yang Zhan originally wanted to retreat, but when he thought about how powerful Gu Fei was, his courage immediately grew. "Damn, this daddy has Gu Fei backing me up. Why should I be afraid of these trash?" The soldiers guarding the city gate were just some ordinary cultivators, and only the leader of the soldiers was a true expert. Even so, he wasn't that strong, and his cultivation was slightly lower than Yang Zhan's. Chapter 3685. Yang Zhan was very displeased that he had to pay a fee to enter the city, especially when the guards had lower cultivation than him, yet they dared to charge him a fee. Yang Zhan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the post-liminary realm and was only one step away from the Xiantian realm. Experts all had a bit of arrogance, and Yang Zhan was no exception. It would have been fine if the guard had a higher cultivation than him, but the problem was that this guy's cultivation was lower than his. "Brat, you must be tired of living to cause trouble in Cloudy Sky City." At the checkpoint in front of the city gate, the leading general roared at Yang Zhan with a fiendish expression. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the people lining up to enter the city dispersed and hid far away. These guards weren't easy to deal with. In the eyes of ordinary people, any guards with a bit of cultivation were called immortals. Offending these immortals meant that there was no need to enter the city. One had to know that the Lord of Cloudy Sky City was a great cultivator, a supreme existence on the verge of becoming an immortal. It was precisely because the Lord of Cloudy Sky City was the strongest existence in the mountain range that these guards were so arrogant and didn't put cultivators like Yang Zhan in their eyes. "I'm tired of living. What can you do to me?" Yang Zhan had Gu Fei's support, so he didn't fear anyone. Could there be someone even more powerful and terrifying than the Lord of Dead Spirits in the valley? When Gu Fei killed the Lord of Dead Spirits, Yang Zhan realized that he had underestimated Gu Fei. This Gu Fei wasn't just a void-resisting expert that surpassed the Xiantian realm. This Gu Fei's cultivation was probably infinitely close to the immortal realm. In the eyes of mortals, such an existence was a supreme expert. Unless an immortal intervened, Gu Fei was already invincible in the mortal world. However, Yang Zhan didn't know that Gu Fei wasn't invincible in the mortal world. If he knew that Gu Fei was a quasi-supreme who was countless times stronger than immortals, he would probably piss his pants. Kill this guy." The general's face darkened as he roared at Yang Zhan. "Hee, brat, you actually dare to cause trouble in Cloud Sky City. You have guts, but you deserve to die, haha." One of the fighters laughed out loud in an insolent manner. "Haha." The other warriors also laughed out loud. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and get rid of this fellow." The general was a little impatient. "Haha, yes, boss." The dozen or so combat soldiers didn't put Yang Zhan in their eyes at all, and immediately surrounded him. Haha. When Yang Zhan saw the soldiers surrounding him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This fellow has probably lost his mind. How pitiful. Such a handsome young man has actually become a fool. The people in the distance were all pointing at Yang Zhan. "Kill!" The dozen or so warriors roared in unison, thrusting their spears towards Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan glanced at Gu Fei, who had retreated to the side. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't say anything, Yang Zhan knew what he had to do. This was tacit permission for him to go all out and kill. Roar! Yang Zhan roared and immediately pulled out the spirit sword on his body. With a flash of sword light, the dozen or so spears that were thrusting towards him were all cut in half. What? The dozen or so combat soldiers were startled and hastily retreated. However, it was too late. Yang Zhan's figure flashed, and the spirit sword in his hand turned into a ray of sword light that flashed through the air. 3 combat soldiers in front of him were actually cleaved into 2 at the waist, dying miserably on the spot. "How dare you!" The general leapt up and pounced towards Yang Zhan like a divine eagle. His right hand reached out and grabbed at Yang Zhan's head like a divine eagle hunting its prey. This was a battle technique passed down by the Cloud Sky City Lord. It was called the Heavenly Eagle, 13 strikes. It had 13 variations, and each move was fatal. If a normal cultivator was grabbed by the general, they would definitely die. "Humph," Yang Zhan sneered, and the sword in his hand slashed at the general's right hand. A chilling sword chi pervaded the air, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Clang! Yang Zhan's spirit sword directly slashed at the general's right hand, but a metallic sound rang out. This sword actually didn't cut off Yang Zhan's palm. Although Yang Zhan's sword didn't cut off the general's right hand, it still shook the general's right hand. The general was, after all, a powerful Hotian realm cultivator. In an instant, he changed his attack, and his left hand directly slashed at Yang Zhan's throat at an extremely fast speed. Yang Zhan's body moved to the side, and the spirit sword in his hand was like a spirit snake as it slashed towards the general. The general was wearing a pair of metal gloves on his hands, and they were actually able to ignore the slashes of Yang Zhan's spirit sword. One could be sure that these metal gloves were also spirit weapons. The 2 great experts began to fight at the city gate. Sword chi instantly swept across the city gate, and the shadows of claws flashed. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was going to win. The spectators were indescribably shocked. They couldn't believe that this young man was actually fighting with the general of Cloud Sky City. Who the hell is this guy? He actually dares to cause trouble in Cloud Sky City? Someone said in shock, "Look at his clothes, he should be one of those outsiders." Someone recognized Yang Zhan's identity. To the natives of this training ground, outsiders were synonymous with evil. Every 10 years, these people would suddenly appear, and 10 days later, they would suddenly disappear again. No one knew where they came from. However, these outsiders caused great damage to the training ground, and to the natives it was definitely a disaster. This time, these outsiders had appeared again, and the natives of the training ground naturally didn't like them. Fortunately, these guys would leave after 10 days. Those outsiders are really annoying. Someone said in a very displeased manner. Gu Fei coldly watched and listened to all of this, but he didn't say anything. At this time, a miserable shriek rang out. The general had actually been slashed by Yang Zhan's sword. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded, and they were extremely shocked. Yang Zhan took off the metal gloves of the general. These were good stuff, spirit weapon gloves that could withstand the slashes of spirit weapons. He hurriedly wore the gloves, and then took out a bag from the general's waist. When he opened the bag, he immediately smiled. "Brother Gu, look." Yang Zhan hurriedly walked in front of Gu Fei, wanting to hand the bag to Gu Fei. "Keep it." Gu Fei naturally didn't care for these things. "Roar! Who dares to kill my people in my Cloud Sky City? Come and die." At this time, an angry roar came from Cloud Sky City. Although the voice wasn't loud, it caused everyone's ears to ring. Everyone was shocked. "Is Cloud Sky City Lord coming out?" Someone exclaimed, "Those 2 guys are going to be unlucky." Chapter 3686. Yang Zhan had never been as awe-inspiring as he was today. He had single-handedly beaten the guards of Heavenly Cloud City until they pissed their pants and even killed their leader. He was extremely excited. This was something Yang Zhan wouldn't even have dared to think about in the past. Because he had Gu Fei's support, Yang Zhan had no qualms about killing them. He didn't need to think about the trouble he would get into if he killed them. Yang Zhan felt that he had been too obedient in the past. He didn't dare to do anything and always had some misgivings. But things were different now. Yang Zhan felt that perhaps the current him was his true self. However, Yang Zhan was only happy for a moment. In the next moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern as a powerful divine sense enveloped him. At the same time, a roar that made even Yang Zhan's soul tremble came from Heavenly Cloud City. Everyone's ears were buzzing from the sound waves. Everyone was shocked. At this time, many people already knew who was going to make a move. Is it the city lord? Some outsiders who had come here to train looked towards the depths of Heavenly Cloud City in fear. A figure slowly walked over from afar. With every step he took, he would instantly disappear. When this figure reappeared, he was already in front of Yang Zhan, looking down at the ant before him. Yang Zhan felt extremely disgusted at the sight of this figure. He wanted nothing more than to punch this guy. "You're the one who killed my men." The man stared at Yang Zhan with disdain in his eyes. A powerful immortal aura erupted from his body, pressuring Yang Zhan so much that he could hardly breathe. "So what if I am?" Yang Zhan couldn't admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and stared at the figure. "If you are, I'll bury you with me." That person sneered at Yang Zhan. "It really is the city lord." Someone couldn't help but exclaim when they saw that figure. The city lord of Heavenly Cloud City is personally taking action. Am I seeing things? Someone exclaimed, "TCH, you think you're qualified to kill me? You can kill me." Yang Zhan had a look of disdain on his face as he stared coldly at the expert standing in the air. This fellow was actually an immortal god. How could this be possible? Although Yang Zhan had a look of disdain on his face, he was shocked to the extreme in his heart. He just didn't show it. "I'm not qualified." "Haha." The white-robed, middle-aged man laughed as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. "You outsiders are truly lawless. Die." After saying that, the white-clad, middle-aged man unleashed a palm strike at Yang Zhan. His palm instantly enveloped the entire sky. Yang Zhan felt his vision darken, as if he had suddenly entered an incomparably dark void. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. What? Yang Zhan's shock was no small matter. In front of this person, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. He could only wait for death in despair. Bam! With a muffled sound, Yang Zhan felt the space around him suddenly tremble. Then the entire world suddenly brightened, and the world reappeared. The white-robed, middle-aged man's body swayed, and he actually took a step back. "Who are you?" The Cloud Sky City Lord looked at Gu Fei and coldly asked, I am the lawless outsider that you speak of." Gu Fei shrugged and said, "You." The middle-aged man was both shocked and angry. This inconspicuous, black-robed youth was actually a great expert. Could it be that he was mistaken just now? "What you? Do you believe that our brother Fei will kill you with one slap?" Yang Zhan quickly rushed to Gu Fei's side and raised his middle finger at the Cloud Sky City Lord. Gu Fei calmly looked at the Cloud Sky City Lord with his hands behind his back. How is this possible? Everyone watching from afar was indescribably shocked. That was the high and mighty Cloud Sky City Lord. It was unbelievable that someone dared to challenge him. Who is that? How dare he challenge the Cloud Sky City Lord? The outsiders who entered this trial were very puzzled. One should know that the Cloud Sky City Lord was an immortal. They were no match for him. Unless the immortals from Yingtian's sect came, they would not be able to defeat the Cloud Sky City Lord. Rumble! At this time, a muffled, thunderous sound came from the Cloud Sky mountain range in the distance. Dust rose into the sky from the mountain range. "The beast wave is here." Everyone panicked. The terror of the beast wave had already been imprinted in everyone's heart. At this time, everyone outside the city was fighting to be the first to rush towards the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city gates were simply unable to hold back the tide of people surging towards the city gates, especially when a considerable number of them were cultivators. The outsiders were even more powerful. They directly knocked over the soldiers guarding the gate and charged into the city. At this time, the Cloud Sky City Lord only had eyes for Gufei. He did not care about anyone else because he could feel an extremely dangerous aura from Gufei. "Get out of the way. I want to enter the city." Someone roared and attacked, sending the people in front of him flying. Then he charged into the city. In a short period of time, the 4 city gates of Cloud Sky City were in chaos. Even a few soldiers guarding the gate were killed. Of course, only outsiders would dare to kill the soldiers guarding the gate. The natives did not dare to kill the soldiers. After all, if they offended the Cloud Sky City Lord, the natives would not have a good ending. At this time, the muffled, thunderous sound was quickly approaching. Dust swept out from the mountain range. Among the dust, countless wild beasts charged out. The gigantic figures were running, their iron hooves stomping on the ground, creating an extremely shocking sound that was like muffled thunder. That is, those who had yet to enter the city were all stunned when they saw this scene. They saw that the beasts that rushed out from the smoke and dust were actually bulls with black scales on their bodies. This was a type of wild beast from the Cloud Sky mountain range. It was called the armored bull. Its brute force was so strong that it could directly ram an ordinary cultivator to death. Most importantly, the armored bull was a wild beast that lived in groups. Usually thousands or even tens of thousands of armored bull would move together. Even Sciention experts would have to retreat if they encountered thousands or tens of thousands of armored bulls. "Quick, enter the city." The natives and outsiders outside the city were about to go crazy as they all rushed to the city gates. However, there were still some unlucky fellows that were caught by the iron-armored bulls in the end, and then they were trampled into mush and lost their lives just like that. Roar! A furious roar rang out from the cultivators outside the city. Next, a young cultivator charged towards the charging, iron-clad barbaric bulls. The barbaric bull in the lead was smashed into a mist of blood by the young cultivator, its flesh and blood splattering about. An external expert, Yang Zhan, couldn't help being startled by this scene. That youth was actually an expert who cultivated external arts. Such an existence's physical body was powerful to the extreme. When external cultivation reached the peak, one could also cultivate inner qi. This was the method of going from the outside to the inside. However, it was very difficult to cultivate external cultivation, but there were always people who cultivated external cultivation in every era. This young man might be from the Qin clan. The Qin clan outside the Primogenitum mountain range was a clan that cultivated external cultivation. There were even people in this clan who had cultivated an indestructible golden body and could compete with immortals and gods. Of course, an indestructible golden body was a joke to a sect like the Yingtian sect. Qin Yu was a genius of the Qin clan. At a young age, he had cultivated the 9 heavens tyrant body art to the earth grade. His physical body was extremely powerful and could contend with spirit items. Qin Yu directly charged into the beast tide, but he was quickly drowned by the beast tide. What a pity! Someone sighed. There was only one outcome for being drowned by the beast tide: death. Rumble. At this time the city gates were closing. "Don't! Let me in!" The people outside the city gates were crazily roaring and charging. But at this time a large number of battle soldiers appeared in the city and began to attack the people blocking the city gates. Many people were mercilessly stabbed to death outside the city gates. It had to be known that if those beasts charged into the city, everyone would die. Tragic scenes were playing out at all 4 gates. At this time, even the natives were going crazy. They wanted to charge into the city, but they were mercilessly abandoned. This was the cruel reality. In the end, the East Gate was the first to close, followed by the West Gate and then the South Gate. Now, only the North Gate was still open, but the beast tide had already arrived. Those who hadn't entered the city, whether they were natives or outsiders, were all drowned by the countless beasts. Only a small number of people soared into the sky and escaped the beast tide, but there were very few of them. It had to be known that only those who had surpassed the Xiantian realm could fly in the sky. Qi Niu was a void-controlling expert, but at this time he had already disappeared in the beast tide. It was definitely not an easy task for him to survive. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. A sword expert was attacking. Rays of sword light fell from the sky like divine rainbows, killing dozens of iron-armored bulls. This sword cultivator was actually a woman in white. She became one with her sword and directly charged into the city. The city walls were hundreds of meters tall and extremely sturdy. It was enough to block the countless beasts on the ground. But not only were there beasts on the ground, but there were also beasts in the sky. Huge black shadows rushed down from the clouds and fiercely swooped down towards the city. Those were ferocious birds called wyverns. These wyverns directly rushed into the city, grabbed the people in the city, and swallowed them in one gulp. Release! Just at this moment, an angry roar sounded out, and then a concentrated sound of something tearing through the air came from all over the cloud heaven city. A layer of black arrow rain shot up into the sky from the cloud heaven city, shooting towards the wyvern beast that was swooping down from the sky. Chapter 3687. The beast tide had finally arrived. There were simply too many beasts in the cloudy sky mountain range. They surged towards the cloudy sky city like a tidal wave, and a terrifying and ferocious aura enveloped the entire area. Countless people in the cloudy sky city were trembling in fear. Once the beast tide surged into the city, everyone in the city would become food for the countless beasts. One should know that everything in the path of the beast tide would be destroyed. The cloudy sky city was an ancient city. The hundreds of feet tall city walls blocked the countless beasts that surged in like a tidal wave. From time to time, loud crashing sounds could be heard from outside the city. There were beasts attacking the city walls. Hearing these sounds, the countless people squeezed into the city were scared out of their wits. Everyone in the city was praying for the beast tide to end quickly. The entire cloudy sky city was shaking, and the roars of the beasts were earth-shattering. It was extremely terrifying. The east, west, and south gates of the cloudy sky city were all closed. Those who had not entered the city in time, whether they were aboriginals or outsiders participating in the trial, were torn to shreds by the endless beast tide. Even a few innate experts had died. Only those who had surpassed the innate realm of the void-controlling realm could escape this calamity. At this moment, only the north gate was still open. An extremely powerful immortal aura spread out from the north gate, shaking the entire sky. At this moment, everyone outside the gate had escaped into the city, but the gate was still wide open. Inside the gate were all nervous and terrified soldiers. These soldiers were in formation, holding shields and spears. The shields were in front of them, and the spears in their hands were pointed outside the gate. However, the beasts outside the gate did not dare to rush in. The immortal aura that burst out from the cloudy sky city lord was indeed shocking. Even the wild beasts were stunned by it. At this moment, the wyverns in the sky dived towards the cloudy sky city without any regard for their lives. Following a series of angry roars, countless arrows rained down from the sky. The wyverns that swooped down from the sky immediately fell like dumplings. Some unlucky fellows were smashed by the corpses of the wyverns falling from the sky and died immediately. Roar! At this moment, the roar of a beast came from the cloud sky mountain range. Hearing this roar, countless wild beasts immediately became excited. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they madly rushed towards Cloud Sky City. The beast tide in the Cloud Sky mountain range didn't happen often, but there were many reasons for it to happen. However, every time a beast tide occurred, the human race in the area around Cloud Sky City would be in big trouble. Many people died in every beast tide. At this moment, the black-robed young man who was confronting the city, Lord of Cloud Sky City, stood quietly on the ground. Countless savage beasts did not dare to come within 3 zhang of him. What happened? The cultivators on the city wall were shocked. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" With his hands behind his back, Gu Fei calmly looked at the city, Lord of Cloud, Sky City in the sky. There was not a trace of killing intent coming from his body, but the countless wild beasts that came out of the mountains did not dare to approach him. The city Lord of Cloud, Sky City didn't say anything, but his fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. Gu Fei shook his head and smiled. "I think you should solve the crisis in front of you first." He really didn't want to fight with the city, Lord of Cloud Sky City. In his eyes, an immortal realm cultivator was like an ant. Would the high and mighty sky dragon care about an ant's challenge? After saying that, he directly walked towards the city. At this moment, Yang Zhan had already entered the city. He anxiously looked at the two experts who were confronting each other outside the city gate. At this moment, he saw Gu Fei start to walk towards the city gate, ignoring the challenge of the city, Lord of Cloud Sky City. So he's a coward. I thought there would be a good show, but it turns out that he's a coward. On the city wall, those who wanted to watch the show were disappointed. Hearing the sarcasm of the people on the city wall, Gu Fei just smiled and walked into the city gate, leaving the city Lord of Cloud Sky City a lonely figure. "You!" The city Lord of Cloud Sky City looked at Gu Fei's back and his expression changed. He wanted to attack, but he had some misgivings. In the end, he didn't do anything. His intuition told him that this black-clothed youth was very powerful. Following Gu Fei's departure, the countless savage beasts outside the northern gate began to stir. A white wolf walked out from the horde of savage beasts. It was a huge wolf, and a fiendish aura burst out from its body. The ferocious beasts around the white wolf immediately retreated to both sides. "This is..." The city Lord of Cloud Sky City was shocked to see this white wolf. This was a beast king of the Cloud Sky mountain range. It was extremely powerful, and even the city Lord of Cloud Sky City might not be able to handle it. The beasts in the Cloud Sky mountain range were clearly divided. Half of the beasts weren't a threat. The ones that could truly threaten Cloud Sky City were the beast kings, and even stronger beast kings. The beast tide didn't happen by chance. It was all caused by powerful beasts. Those beast kings and beast kings were no less intelligent than humans. Of course, even the city Lord of Cloud Sky City didn't know why there was a beast tide. Roar! The white wolf howled at the sky, its voice spreading far and wide. All the beasts that heard the wolf's howl trembled. "Evil creature, don't be presumptuous." The city Lord of Cloud Sky City stared at the white wolf as a chilling killing intent spread from his body. Swish! At this moment, the white wolf jumped up from the ground and turned into a white shadow as it charged towards the city Lord of Cloud Sky City in the sky. "Close the gate!" The city Lord of Cloud Sky City ordered the soldiers in the city. With a flip of his right hand, a spear immediately appeared in his hand. Rumble! The heavy gate began to close. In truth, the soldiers had long wanted to close the gate, but with the city Lord of Cloud Sky City outside, who would dare to do so? Now that the city lord had ordered the gate to close, these fellows didn't dare to do so. "If you want to watch a show, go up the gate tower," Gu Fei said to Yang Zhan. "Brother Fei, are you going up?" Yang Zhan carefully looked at Gu Fei and asked. "Yes, I can go up and watch." Gu Fei nodded. Since he had nothing to do, he was only participating in this trial for fun. Yang Zhan didn't dare to leave Gu Fei's side. In his opinion, staying by Gu Fei's side was the safest. He didn't want to court death. Rumble! At this moment, a thunderous sound came from outside the city. "Hurry up! Did you guys not eat? If those beasts charge in, we will all die." A general roared at the soldiers, who were hurriedly closing the city gates. The soldiers were all pushing the heavy gate with all their might. Bang! A savage beast slammed into the city gate, sending more than 10 soldiers behind the city gate flying. Preposterous! The general roared in anger and stabbed with his spear, killing the beast that was ramming into the city gate. Quickly close the gate. Everyone was anxious. The consequences of letting countless beasts charge into the city was too serious. At this time, the cultivators gathered at the north gate were extremely nervous. Seeing that the gate was about to close, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, another beast hit the gate, causing it to open a little more. The soldiers behind the city gate were sent flying again, smashing into the crowd. Countless savage beasts rammed into the city gates, and the city gates were smashed open. Dozens of armored barbaric bulls charged in like a black flood. It's over. Everyone at the north gate was in despair. Brother Fei, look. Yang Zhan was also anxious. He wasn't Gu Fei. If those beasts caught up to him, he would definitely die. The hooves of the iron-armored bulls stomped on the ground, creating holes in the hard green bricks. If a person was trampled by these hooves, they would definitely die. Get out of here. At this time, countless soldiers charged forward, wanting to kill all the beasts that had charged in. A few generals bellowed in rage as over 1,000 soldiers formed a battle formation and charged forward. The armored barbaric bulls were all sent flying by the momentum of their charge. This was the combined power of 1,000 soldiers. This kind of attack was definitely incomparably terrifying. The dozens of armored barbaric bulls that had charged into the city gates were all taken care of by the 1,000 warriors. The 1,000 warriors blocked the city gates, but right at this moment, a terrifying roar sounded from the outside. In the next instant, an iron-armored bull king that was twice the size of an ordinary iron-armored bull charged in. Boom! The iron-armored bull king smashed into the formation of soldiers, and in the next instant, dozens of soldiers were sent flying, their spears and shields flying out of their hands. The armored barbaric ox king had actually charged directly into the battle formation, and it was rampaging through it, causing the 1,000-man battle formation to fall into disarray. What? Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought they could escape this calamity, but now an iron-armored bull king had suddenly appeared. How were they supposed to survive this? The iron-armored bull king was a beast king. Even Xiantian experts weren't a match for it. Even void-controlling experts would have to retreat upon seeing it. No one was willing to face a beast king, especially one with such shocking defense. The iron-armored bull king's hide was something that even spirit items couldn't cut. Everyone despaired. With the iron-armored bull king opening the way, the iron-armored bulls surged into the city like a tide. We can't stop them. Run. Someone screamed in fear. Then, everyone turned around and ran. Don't run. Fuck, get back here. The other generals were hopping mad at the sight of this. If they worked together and swarmed the armored bull king, they would be able to kill it, even if it died. But if they ran now, they would really be finished. Brother Fei. Yang Zhan looked at Gu Fei. If Gu Fei could help, then the countless people in the city might be able to escape this calamity. But Gu Fei didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything. Chapter 3688. A terrifying beast tide had broken out in the Cloudy Sky mountain range. Most of the humans within 1,000 miles of the Cloudy Sky mountain range had taken refuge in Cloudy Sky City. The city lord of Cloudy Sky City was the strongest person in the vicinity of the Cloudy Sky mountain range. With him guarding the city, no matter how terrifying the beast tide was, it would not be able to break through the city. The city walls were extremely sturdy. Even powerful beast kings and beast kings could not break through the walls of Cloudy Sky City. Of course, the most important thing was the existence of the city lord of Cloudy Sky City. The city lord of Cloudy Sky City was an immortal god. Even if the honorable beast from the depths of the Cloudy Sky mountain range came out, it might not be able to defeat him. It was also because of the city lord of Cloudy Sky City that the humans within a few hundred miles of the Cloudy Sky City rushed into the city before the beast tide broke out. This directly caused the Cloud Heaven City to be overcrowded. The city lord of Cloudy Sky City also took this opportunity to make a fortune. One should know that it was possible to enter the city, but everyone had to pay 1/2 kilogram of spiritual crystals or a spiritual herb. At this time, countless people who had taken refuge in Cloudy Sky City were in despair. The news of the North Gate being broken through spread like a volcanic eruption. Boom! A huge collision sound came from outside the city. Giant beasts the size of small mountains were attacking other city gates. The people in the city were trembling in fear. However, the people who had gathered near the North Gate were in despair. Countless people had seen the bloody scene inside the North Gate. It was an unforgettable scene. A huge raging bull, covered in black light, charged into the battle formation of 1,000 people. With a single charge, it smashed dozens of soldiers of Cloudy Sky City into pieces. Pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even the battle shields in the hands of the soldiers were like paper. They were instantly shattered by the raging Bull King. The battle spears in the hands of the soldiers were extremely sharp. However, when they pierced the body of the armored Bull King, the spears bounced off. Not even a mark was left on the place where the spears had pierced. All the soldiers were scared out of their wits. They scattered in all directions. No matter how the commanding general scolded them, the soldiers did not dare to fight the raging Bull King. Over 1,000 warriors had been scattered by the armored barbaric Ox King's charge. 700 to 800 warriors had been trampled to death, and all of this had happened in the short span of a dozen breaths. Roar! When he saw this scene, the commander of the army was enraged, and his eyes had even turned red. After all, he'd trained this army, yet he'd never imagined that they wouldn't even be able to hold on for an hour before practically all of them were annihilated by that iron-armored Bull King. The battle general strode forward, his entire body shrouded in stellar energy. With every step he took, the ground trembled, leaving behind deep footprints. The general's aura shocked everyone. Everyone looked at this scene nervously. However, Gu Fei, who had been watching coldly from the side, shook his head at this moment. Brother Fei, could it be that this fellow is no match for the Beast King? Seeing Gu Fei shake his head, Yang Zhan couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly asked. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and looked calmly at the warrior who was striding forward. He did not say a word. This warrior was an inborn expert. Inborn experts might be rare in this world, but in Gu Fei's eyes they were as weak as ants. That iron-armored Bull King was the same, but this Beast King was much stronger than that inborn expert. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't say anything, Yang Zhan didn't dare to ask any more. However, he could already guess that this inborn expert was going to be out of luck. Moo. At this moment, the iron-armored Bull King spat out 2 streams of white gas from its nostrils and let out a heart-palpitating cry. In the next moment, the iron-armored Bull King directly charged towards the battle general. This iron-armored Bull King was a Beast King. Even in the Cloud Sky mountain range, it was one of the strongest. As the iron-armored Bull King charged forward, its iron hooves shattered the incomparably hard bricks on the ground. 2 puffs of white gas came out of the armored barbaric Ox King's nostrils, and a berserk, baleful aura erupted from its huge body. The ground trembled, and the Beast King seemed to have transformed into a black bolt of lightning that instantly rushed to the front of the warrior. What? The battle general was shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, no matter how fast he was still too late. He dodged the iron-armored Bull King's stab and even avoided the iron-armored Bull King's direct charge. However, the left half of the battle general's body was still grazed by the iron-armored Bull King. The battle general let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire body was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body, and with a boom, he smashed through a wall in the distance, creating a huge hole. He immediately died. In the eyes of ordinary people, inborn experts were definitely extremely powerful. They were existences equivalent to half immortals. However, in front of this Beast King, they couldn't even withstand a single attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected that a half-immortal inborn expert would be so weak in front of this beast king. What should we do? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Moo! The armored barbaric ox king roared again, and countless armored barbaric oxen rushed in through the open door. Run! Someone shouted. Then the countless people gathered near the north gate surged into the city like a tidal wave. In an instant, the north gate was filled with cries, roars, and people trampling on each other. Before those savage beasts could even reach the city, there were already many unlucky fellows who were trampled to death. Rumble! Countless iron hooves trampled on the ground, producing muffled sounds that sounded like thunder. Everyone, whether it was the natives of this world or the foreign trial takers, cried and cried as they fled towards the inner city. A 2 or 3-year-old child was sitting on the ground, crying loudly. Behind the child was a black flood of armored barbaric bulls, charging towards them. At this time, everyone was running for their lives. No one noticed the child, let alone tried to save him. Just as the countless charging armored barbaric bulls were about to trample the toddler into minced meat, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind the toddler. Boom! Countless armored barbaric bulls rushed forward, but in the next moment, the armored barbaric bulls at the very front seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall, and their heads directly exploded, turning into a mist of blood. From this, one could see how powerful the impact was. At this moment, a black-robed young man bent down and picked up the crying young child on the ground. He patted the young child's back and coaxed him, and all of the charging armored barbaric bulls were sent flying. After those iron-armored bulls fell to the ground, they couldn't stand up anymore. Chapter 3689. Brother Fei Yangzhan, who had already leaped onto a nearby roof, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Brother Fei didn't even save the Xiantian warrior when he was rammed to death by the barbaric bull king. But now, Brother Fei actually intervened to save a child. Could it be that in Brother Fei's heart, an Xiantian warrior wasn't as important as a child? The person who intervened was naturally Gu Fei. Even if everyone in the city died, he wouldn't intervene if he didn't want to. However, he couldn't just watch a child die under the hooves of an armored barbaric bull. Moo! The barbaric bull king roared. This beast king had its eyes on Gu Fei. White smoke was constantly emitting from its nostrils as its front hooves dug into the ground. It could charge towards Gu Fei at any time. Hee, little fellow, be good and don't cry. With me around, no one in this world can hurt you. Gu Fei continued to coax the little fellow in his arms. However, the little fellow continued to cry and even peed in Gu Fei's arms. This made Gu Fei a little dumbfounded. At this moment, Gu Fei could be said to be bursting with fatherly love. He thought of his and Yen Er's precious daughter. His daughter had stepped onto the ancient road of the human race, and he didn't know how she was doing now. My daughter, Gu Fei, will definitely become someone great. Gu Fei thought to himself. Yangzhan was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that a peerless expert would have such a side to him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Countless armored barbaric bulls roared and charged towards Gu Fei, but they were all sent flying. All of you quiet down. Gu Fei frowned, and then he held the little fellow in his left hand as he flicked his sleeve with his right hand. Countless armored bulls that were charging towards him were actually blasted away as if they were blown away by an invisible gale. These iron-armored bulls, which weighed over 1,000 jin, were like paper. When they smashed into the city walls, they were smashed into pools of blood, their bones crushed. Some of the iron-armored bulls were also sent flying out of the city gates. The only one standing was the armored barbaric bull king that could easily kill an Xiantian warrior. Moo! The armored barbaric ox king roared, and the sound waves caused the surrounding space to ripple. Then the beast king exerted force with its 4 hooves, and the hard ground instantly cracked open. Swoosh! In the next moment, the armored barbaric Ox King, turned into a bolt of black lightning and charged toward Gu Fei with incomparable ferocity. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but exclaim, "One must know that the tragic death of the unborn expert was still fresh in their minds. If this young man in black were to be hit by the Beast King, he would definitely be smashed into pieces." Many people thought that Gu Fei's head had been kicked by a donkey. He had actually been knocked to death by that terrifying Beast King in order to save that child. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The armored Bull King crashed directly into Gu Fei's protective stellar energy and was actually sent flying. What? How is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief, including Yang Zhan. Although he knew that Gu Fei was an expert that had surpassed the Xiantian realm, he did not expect that Gu Fei was even stronger than an expert of the void-controlling realm. At this moment, there were many people standing on the roofs in the distance. Some of them were even more powerful than the Xiantian realm. One of them had a strange expression on his face. That person was Feng Yu, a genius from the Feng clan that was ruled by the Primogenita mountain range. I didn't expect him to be this powerful. The battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed made him shudder. The trial grounds that Feng Yu had entered were actually connected to the trial grounds that Gu Fei and Yang Zhan had entered. In other words, the trial grounds behind the 9 stone doors were basically the same trial grounds. In fact, Gu Fei had already thought of this. One must know that even the powerful Ying Tian sect could not open up so many near-perfect trial grounds. That was because the Ying Tian sect had 36 monasteries, and each monastery had 9 near-perfect trial grounds. That was impossible. From the 9 stone doors, one would enter the same trial space. Those 9 stone doors were just 9 entrances. All the trial takers in the trial space would have a chance to meet each other. At this time, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the armored Bull King that had been blown into the air flew back to him. Boom! The armored Bull King smashed into the ground in front of Gu Fei. The little fellow in Gu Fei's bosom seemed to be frightened by this scene and actually stopped crying. The armored Bull King struggled to stand, but Gu Fei's right hand pressed down on the Beast King. With a bang, the Beast King once more knelt on the ground. The Beast King roared again and again, doing its best to stand up. But no matter how it struggled or roared, it was no use. It was still unable to stand. Everyone was dumbfounded. The crowd that had been frantically fleeing into the inner city gradually calmed down. The nobles in the city had long since hidden themselves in the underground city of Cloudy Sky City. Even if the beast tide attacked Cloudy Sky City, these nobles would still be able to survive. Once the beast tide retreated, they would come out from underground. The nobles in Cloudy Sky City definitely did not care about the life and death of others. At this time, a huge battle broke out outside the city. An incomparably powerful wild beast was fighting with the city lord of Cloudy Sky City. The wild beast was delaying the city lord, making it difficult for him to stop the wild beasts from attacking the city. If Gu Fei had not taken action, Cloudy Sky City would have long been conquered by the wild beasts. "Behave yourself, or else I'll kill you," Gu Fei directly said to the armored Bull King. This Beast King could clearly understand human speech. It actually stopped struggling and became incomparably docile. "Very good." Gu Fei nodded and directly leaped onto the back of the armored Bull King. The armored Bull King stood up. Gu Fei actually subdued the armored Bull King, just like that. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. The surroundings were completely silent. Even the wild beasts outside the city gates did not dare to rush in. "Whose child is this?" Gu Fei walked to the front of the crowd with the child in his arms and asked. However, everyone stared in horror at the armored Bull King under his crotch. No one said a word. "Our brother Fei is asking you a question." At this time, Yang Zhan ran over to the front of the armored Bull King and shouted at the crowd. However, no one said a word. This made Yang Zhan very unhappy. Hey, what's going on? Whose child is this? Hurry up and come out to take him back. Yang Zhan shouted at the crowd. After a while, an old man wearing a beast skin walked out. This child is yours. Yang Zhan asked with a face full of doubt. Gu Fei sat on the back of the armored bull king and softly coaxed the child in his arms. He looked at the old man indifferently. This person was not a cultivator, he was just an ordinary person. No, the child is not mine. The old hunter hurriedly waved his hands under Yang Zhan's gaze. If it's not yours, then why did you come out? Yang Zhan was unhappy. Chapter 3690. Initially, Gu Fei wanted to be a bystander. Even though he did not intend to intervene when he saw the northern gate of Cloudy Sky City being breached by the savage beasts, he was moved by the helpless cries of a 2 to 3-year-old girl. It was as if he had returned to the past, back to the moment when his daughter, Guling, was born. At that moment, his fatherly love was ignited. Therefore, Gu Fei made his move. He easily subdued the extremely terrifying armored barbaric bull king, then carried the little girl and walked in front of the crowd. Riding on the armored barbaric bull king and carrying the child, Gu Fei did not emit any pressure at all. He did not have the aura of a powerhouse, and he looked just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to treat him as an ordinary person. On the other hand, the armored barbaric bull king that Gu Fei was riding on was so scared that the people in front of him felt their legs turn to jelly. They trembled in fear and could not even speak fluently. After a while, an old hunter dressed in animal hide and holding a steel fork in his hand walked out. However, to Yang Zhan's surprise, this old man had nothing to do with the little girl in Gu Fei's arms. This made Yang Zhan very angry. If it's not your child, then why did you come out? Yang Zhan snappily said to the old hunter, I saw that the little girl's parents were both dead. They died under the hooves of the armored barbaric bull. The old hunter said while trembling. This, Yang Zhan could not help but be shocked when he heard the old hunter's words. He hurriedly looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the back of the barbaric bull king. Gu Fei did not say anything and remained calm. Little fellow, it seems like fate has brought us together. Gu Fei lowered his head to look at the little girl in his arms and suddenly smiled. At that moment, the little girl in Gu Fei's arms was no longer crying. However, she was looking around in Gu Fei's arms as if she was very interested in everything around her. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from outside the north gate. Hearing this roar, everyone panicked. Boom! With a wave of Gu Fei's right hand, the open door was immediately closed. The soldiers and generals of Cloudy Heaven City tried their best to close the city gate, but failed. However, Gu Fei casually waved his hand and the heavy city gate was closed. At this moment, everyone near the north gate heaved a sigh of relief. Who is this person? How could he be so powerful? All the cultivators were guessing Gu Fei's identity, but no one knew Gu Fei's origin. Even the little overlord of the Feng clan, Feng Yu, who had fought with Gu Fei before, couldn't find any information about Gu Fei. This Gu Fei seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The Feng clan's power wasn't considered weak in the human world outside the Primogenitura mountain range. It was a clan with an immortal overseeing it. The Feng clan naturally had many informers, but everything about Gu Fei was a mystery. No one knew where he came from or what his identity was. In fact, in the eyes of the little overlord of the Feng clan, a young expert like Gu Fei shouldn't have come to Yingtian sect to participate in the sect's entrance trial. He should have gone to an older sect that was even more powerful than Yingtian sect. Gu Fei, who was riding on the armored bull king, attracted the attention of countless beauties in the city. Such a powerful young talent was the target of these beauties. In particular, the pearls of the nobles in the city kept throwing flirtatious glances at Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei couldn't even bear to look at these beauties and pearls. At that moment, a large number of soldiers led by generals, rushed towards the north gate from all over Cloudy Heaven City. When the generals saw that the city gate was closed, they all heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your help, Senior. If it wasn't for you, everyone in the city would have become food for the wild beasts." A young female general in battle armor with a graceful figure came before Gu Fei and cupped her hands in thanks to Gu Fei. The female general glanced at the armored bull king and couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. This armored bull king wasn't an ordinary wild beast. It was a beast king. The strength of a beast king was comparable to the void-controlling realm of the human race. If a beast king wanted to kill a Xiantian expert, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. This is nothing. Our big brother Fei saved the lives of everyone in your city. How are you going to repay him?" Before Gu Fei could say anything, Yang Zhan beside him spoke up. "I wonder what big brother Fei wants in return." The valiant female general didn't look at Yang Zhan. She only looked at Gu Fei. In her eyes, there was only Gu Fei. She completely ignored Yang Zhan. "I finally know the name of this great hero." The female general was overjoyed. "It's best if you repay him with your body." Yang Zhan blurted out. "What?" The female general's face turned red when she heard this. She didn't know what to do. Yang Zhan was also stunned and felt a little embarrassed. "Haha, it's just a joke. Yang Zhan hurriedly said. "Enough nonsense. If you want to watch the show, go up the city wall," Gu Fei said as he climbed up the city wall on the armored bull king. The female general stole a glance at Gu Fei's expression and was disappointed. Gu Fei was expressionless and very indifferent. He didn't take Yang Zhan's words to heart at all. "Yun Shi, an outsider like him, is just a passerby to us. You don't have to care about him." A middle-aged general walked over and patted the female general's shoulder. "I know, second uncle." Yun, she looked at the figure riding the armored bull king with some disappointment. "Only an expert like this is worthy of me. Yun Shi." The Yun clan of Cloud Sky City was the bloodline of the city lord. Yun, she was the princess of Cloud Sky City and the daughter of the city lord. As the daughter of the city lord, she naturally knew many secrets about the outsiders. Princess Yun, she yearned for the wider world outside. But no one had ever been able to leave this world. Those outsiders would disappear once the time was up. Those outsiders couldn't stay even if they wanted to. The city lord of Cloud Sky City had once captured them, but even with his immortal cultivation, he couldn't keep them. Meanwhile, the battle outside the city was still ongoing. The city lord of Cloud Sky City displayed his powerful battle prowess and gradually gained the upper hand. A huge immortal shadow appeared in the sky, erupting with powerful immortal energy that shook the entire world. The one fighting this immortal shadow was a white wolf even larger than a mountain. A monstrous killing intent erupted from the white wolf's body. Even though they were very far away, everyone's souls were trembling in extreme fear. Everyone watching the battle from the city wall was indescribably shocked. Was this the power of an immortal? Only Gu Fei, who was riding the armored bull king, calmly watched the battle. The little girl in his arms had already fallen asleep. Chapter 3691. An immortal level battle had broken out in the mountain range outside Cloud Sky City. All the trial takers from the outside had rushed to the city walls to watch the battle. It should be noted that a battle of this level was something that they could only come across by chance. However, the mighty pressure of the immortal level experts made it difficult for them to breathe. The aura that the white wolf exuded was even more shocking. Its monstrous killing intent caused even the sky and earth to change color. It was extremely terrifying. There were no wild beasts near the two immortal level experts. Countless wild beasts were lying on the ground, trembling in fear. "There's nothing to see." Gu Fei hugged the sleeping tiny tot. He really could not muster up any interest. In his opinion, a battle of this level was like a fight between two ants. It was meaningless. At Gufei's level, he would only be interested in a battle between quasi-supremes or a battle between extreme Tao masters. He had participated in the Ying Tian sect's entrance trial mainly because he wanted to undergo a trial himself. Coming out of the world and entering the world was a type of cultivation. Some people could become extreme grade supremes after comprehending it, while others could never become extreme grade supremes in their entire lives. Gu Fei wanted to break through to the extreme grade realm, but he knew very well how difficult it was. Even though he had many extreme grade Tao weapons to protect himself, he did not dare to attempt it. It was not time yet. Gu Fei felt that his state of mind had not reached a perfect state yet. He was currently just one of the countless ordinary cultivators participating in the Ying Tian sect's entrance trial. There was nothing special about him. However, extraordinary people were extraordinary no matter where they were. Even though Gu Fei had turned into an ordinary person and entered the world again, he still attracted a lot of attention. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound was heard from the cloud sky mountain range in the distance. In the next moment, Gu Fei actually felt the city wall shake. The faces of the trial takers and the natives of Cloudy Heaven City changed greatly. Some of them even crouched down in fear, trembling as if a great disaster was about to befall them. While everyone was still in shock, a silhouette directly attacked the white wolf. As the celestial silhouette waved his hand, bolts of lightning shot out. This was a thunder technique. The Cloud Sky City Master had actually cultivated a thunder technique. The power of lightning represented destruction. A few bolts of lightning bombarded the white wolf's body, sending it flying. The white fur on the white wolf's body had turned black and was still emitting smoke. Roar! The white wolf howled at the sky, and its voice traveled far and wide. All of the savage beasts were terrified. Just as the white wolf's voice echoed out, another roar came from the depths of the cloud heavenly mountain range. A powerful savage beast responded. Hearing the roar coming from the depths of the cloud sky mountain range, the Cloud Sky City Lord's expression turned serious. The beast tide this time was not simple. There were actually so many powerful savage beasts jumping out. What kind of unknown secret was happening in the Cloud Sky mountain range? The Cloud Heaven City Master felt a headache coming on. Kill! The Cloud Sky City Lord didn't care too much. He directly charged at the white wolf. He wanted to kill the white wolf before the savage beast jumped out from the depths of the mountain range. The white wolf's cultivation was extremely powerful. It was definitely an existence of the immortal realm. Otherwise, it would not be able to fight with the Cloud Sky City Lord. Rumble! The Cloud Sky City Lord's body suddenly emitted a shocking sound of thunder. As he waved his hand, countless bolts of lightning immediately rushed out of his hand and bombarded the white wolf. Each bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Seeing this, the white wolf was shocked. A crescent moon-shaped divine light suddenly emerged from between the white wolf's eyebrows. In the next moment, rays of divine light rushed out from between the white wolf's eyebrows and blocked the countless bolts of lightning that were bombarding it. The white wolf was still sent flying thousands of feet away. It directly crashed into a mountain ridge, causing the entire ridge to explode and dust to rise into the sky. Everyone who saw this scene was completely dumbfounded. The Cloud Sky City Lord's battle prowess was too strong. He was actually able to defeat a beast Venerable, which was a top existence in the Cloud Sky mountain range. After a brief moment of silence, the people on the city wall immediately burst into cheers and shouts. The Cloud Sky City Lord knew the importance of finishing off the attack. He directly rushed towards the place where the white wolf fell, wanting to kill the beast Venerable as soon as possible. However, just as the Cloud Sky City Lord was about to kill the white wolf, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the white wolf and blocked the Cloud Sky City Lord. So fast! The Cloud Sky City Lord was shocked, but he had no intention of stopping. He directly threw a punch at the beast Venerable that had just jumped out. Bang! The beast Venerable also threw a punch at the Cloud Sky City Lord. A muffled sound of impact was heard as the two powerful immortal energies collided. In the next moment, the two figures instantly separated. However, the two figures collided with each other again. It was as terrifying as two mountains colliding with each other. The Cloud Sky City Lord continued to roar. However, at this moment, the White Wolf also attacked. In an instant, the two beast venerables joined forces to fight against the Cloud Sky City Lord. The entire mountain range was shaking. Everything in the path of the three figures was directly crushed. Bang! Boom! Hearing the shocking sounds of collision coming from the mountain range, everyone was extremely terrified. The energy waves from the depths of the mountain range shook the heaven and earth. Brother Fei, who do you think will win? Yang Zhan asked in a low voice, afraid that he would wake up the little thing in Gu Fei's arms. No one can win. Gu Fei did not even look at the earth-shattering battle in the mountain range. His expression was calm. No one can win. Both sides are injured. Yang Zhan couldn't help being startled when he heard that. Both sides were heavily injured. Both sides were heavily injured. No one had expected such an outcome. Rumble. Another mountain ridge was affected by the great battle and smashed into pieces by that white wolf. Rubble flew into the sky, and it was a complete mess. Humph. You're bragging. You think you can tell who will win. Are you kidding me? Someone said disdainfully. Holu, what did you say? Yang Zhan was enraged when he saw the person. He recognized this person. It was a young cultivator from the Ho clan. Although he was only at the peak of the Hotian realm, he was incomparably arrogant. Holu had just arrived from the inner city and did not see the scene of Gu Fei subduing the armored bull king. At this moment, the armored barbaric ox king that Holu was riding suddenly became well-behaved. It even retracted its aura. In Holu's eyes, it was just an ordinary armored barbaric ox. Gu Fei didn't say anything. In his eyes, this guy was merely a clown. Chapter 3692. Although Gu Fei had displayed a powerful battle prowess, the Cloud Sky City Lord was an immortal god. The beast supreme that was fighting against him was also an immortal god. The cultivators on the city wall did not think that Gu Fei was a match for the Cloud Sky City Lord, especially the foreign cultivators. Many of them recognized Gu Fei. The little overlord of the Feng clan, Feng Yu, also did not think that Gu Fei was a match for the Cloud Sky City Lord. This was the difference between an immortal and a mortal. No matter how powerful a mortal was, they would never be a match for an immortal god. Although Gu Fei had subdued the armored bull king, it was only a beast king. How could it be a match for the Cloud Sky Mountain Range's beast supreme? The wild beasts in the Cloud Sky Mountain Range had a strict hierarchy. Above the beast king was the beast king, and above the beast king was the legendary invincible beast supreme. For a true powerhouse, Gu Fei subduing the armored barbaric ox king was not a big deal. The scene of the two beast sovereigns joining hands to fight the Cloud Sky City Lord shocked everyone. The battle prowess that the Cloud Sky City Lord displayed made everyone's hearts palpitate. Roar! The demonic ape roared angrily. The terrifying sound wave spread out and caused the surrounding mountains to collapse. The other beast supreme that came out from the depths of the Cloud Sky Mountain Range was an ancient demonic ape. This surprised Gu Fei that there was a descendant of the ancient demonic ape in this world. The ancient demonic ape swung its fist at the Cloud Sky City Lord. The Cloud Sky City Lord's hands danced and caught the ancient demonic ape's fist. The muffled sound of the collision resounded, and the entire mountain range shook violently. At this time, the white wolf came back. The wolf's howl shook the sky. An extremely terrifying and ferocious aura erupted from the white wolf's body, causing the entire mountain range to shake. Bang! Boom! The ancient demonic ape was sent flying by the Cloud Sky City Lord's palm and crashed into a mountain in the distance. At that moment, the Cloud Sky City Lord's left shoulder was hit by the white wolf's right claw. It left a deep gash that revealed the bone, and blood splattered everywhere. Just as the white wolf's claws swept across the cloud sky city Lord, an extremely sharp immortal light suddenly shot out from the cloud sky city Lord's body. With a flash of immortal light, the white wolf beast Venerable was sliced in two. The cultivators on the walls of the cloud heaven city were shocked when they saw this. The cloud heaven city Lord was too ferocious. He actually killed a beast sovereign. That was an immortal god-level existence. However, even though the white wolf beast king was cut in half by the immortal light, it did not die. The two parts of the white wolf beast king's body quickly joined back together. With a flash of light, the beast king recovered. The wound on the cloud heaven city master's shoulder was also healing quickly. The cultivators on the walls were once again shocked by this scene. The vitality of an immortal god-level existence was too strong. It could not die even after being cut in half. Gu Fei was riding the armored bull king with the little girl in his arms. His attention was not on the battle between the immortals at all. He took out an immortal fruit from his inner world and refined it into immortal qi. He then carefully refined it for the little girl's body. Soon, a cloud of immortal qi enveloped the little girl. The little girl, who was about 2 or 3 years old, was lying in Gu Fei's warm arms. She had actually fallen asleep. Her face was flushed and her long eyelashes were filled with tears. She looked very lovable. Why aren't you talking? Don't you know where you are? How dare you talk nonsense about the battle between immortals? The guy named Ho Lu had no intention of letting Gu Fei go. He looked at Gu Fei disdainfully and said such words. Everyone looked at Ho Lu as if they were looking at a monster. This guy had guts. Damn it, he actually dared to talk to this ruthless person like that. At this time, the cultivators beside Ho Lu immediately retreated, keeping a distance from him. Ho Lu had just arrived near the northern gate from the inner city. He did not see the scene of Gu Fei showing his invincible might and repelling the wild beasts that had barged into the northern gate. Ho Lu, do you want to die? Gu Fei did not say anything, but this did not mean that Yang Zhan would let Ho Lu go just like that. Yang Zhan walked towards Ho Lu. Yang Zhan, you want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Haha. The cultivator, known as Ho Lu, said with a laugh. Ho Lu, stop talking. Someone reminded Ho Lu. This person also looked at Gu Fei from time to time. Yu Fei, what did you say? Ho Lu turned his head and looked at a young cultivator beside him. Ho Lu, you really have guts. Someone looked at Ho Lu with a faint smile. They all wanted to see Ho Lu make a fool of himself. I hope this guy can continue being arrogant. Someone looked at Ho Lu with a gloating expression. Ho Lu, our brother Fei will not lower himself to your level, but that does not mean that I will let you go. Yang Zhan strode towards Ho Lu. Ha! Ho Lu laughed loudly. You want to fight me with a peak Hotian cultivation? Do you want to die? I can fulfill your wish. Ho Lu laughed wantonly. Then a surge of Xiantian aura erupted from his body. What, you? The expression on Yang Zhan's face suddenly changed. Even if a peak Hotian expert was extremely powerful, they were still not a match for a Xiantian expert. One must know that a Xiantian expert could communicate with the essence of heaven and earth, drawing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen their body. This kind of method could already be considered as a supernatural power. Didn't you want to kill me? Come, I'll let you kill me. Ho Lu beckoned to Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan's expression turned ugly to the extreme. When did this guy's cultivation break through to the Xiantian realm? Brother Fei! Yang Zhan hurriedly looked at Gu Fei for help. No one can save you. Come and accept your death. Ho Lu retracted his smile, and a chilling killing intent spread out from his body. A Xiantian expert could not be humiliated, and his killing intent towards Yang Zhan was aroused. I should be the one saying that. A voice sounded out, and Gu Fei looked at Ho Lu impatiently. Haha, you still dare to put on an act before me? I truly admire your courage. Ho Lu looked at Gu Fei, who was riding on the armored barbaric ox king, with a look of contempt. At this time, the nearby cultivators who were watching this scene couldn't help but shake their heads. Gu Fei didn't speak again. He just carefully placed Tiny Tot on the back of the armored bull king, and then waved his right hand towards Ho Lu. In the next moment, Ho Lu's body was actually split into two halves. What? The cultivators who rushed over from the inner city were all dumbfounded. Ho Lu was a Xiantian expert, but he was actually killed by Gu Fei with a simple wave of his hand. No one could clearly see how Gu Fei sliced Ho Lu into two. Serves you right. Do you think you're invincible at the Xiantian realm? What a joke. Yang Zhan said disdainfully. No one expected that a Xiantian expert couldn't even withstand a single move from Gu Fei. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Could he be an immortal? Someone guessed. Immortal. The little overlord of the Feng clan was also very doubtful. I'll take my leave first, Gu Fei said as he directly rode the armored bull king down from the city wall and headed towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Brother Fei, wait for me. Yang Zhan hurriedly chased after him. He didn't dare to leave Gu Fei. Who is that black-robed young man? The moment Gu Fei and Yang Zhan left, an uproar broke out on the city wall. They had just witnessed the death of an Xiantian expert. Who knows? Someone shrugged and said, at this moment, be it cultivators or mortals, wherever Gu Fei passed by, they would open up a path for him. In the eyes of some young cultivators in the city, the current Gu Fei was simply too eye-catching. Many young cultivators had the idea of subduing an armored bull as a mount. Not long after, Gu Fei carried the sleeping Tiny Tot to the city lord's mansion of Cloudy Sky City. Where did this guy come from? Don't you have eyes? Can't you see that this is the city lord's mansion? Hurry up and scram. A soldier at the gate of the city lord's mansion shouted at Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. Damn it, you're the one who doesn't have eyes. Yang Zhan roared. What did you say? The soldier looked as if he had heard something unbelievable. This guy actually dared to talk to him like this. He was simply courting death. With a wave of his hand, a dozen or so warriors immediately rushed out from behind the gates of the city lord's mansion. These warriors all stared at Gu Fei and Yang Zhan with malicious intent. Kill! The soldier glared at Gu Fei and roared. The dozen soldiers immediately brandished their spears and charged fiercely at Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Yang Zhan's face turned cold, and he leapt into the midst of the soldiers. In the next moment, miserable screams rang out, and the dozen soldiers were flung away by Yang Zhan. Who are you? You dare to break into the city lord's mansion? At that moment, a loud shout rang out from within the city lord's mansion. In the next moment, a tall figure slowly walked out from the city lord's mansion. It was a general over 2 meters tall, looking like a giant. A fiendish aura erupted from the general's body. If it was an ordinary peak Hotian expert, they would have long since been intimidated by the aura emanating from the general's body. Without even needing the general to attack, they would have already fled. Brother Fei, what should we do? Yang Zhan hurriedly moved to stand beside Gu Fei. I originally didn't want to go in, but since it's like this, let's fight our way in. Gu Fei really didn't expect the quality of the city lord's subordinates to be so low. If it was him in the past, he would have already killed these guys. Fight our way in. Hearing this, Yang Zhan was shocked. Was Gu Fei planning to openly fight against the city lord? At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the general. The figure was vague and illusory, but it gave off a strong sense of oppression. Bang! The figure punched out, and the incomparably powerful general was directly sent flying. Then, with a bang sound, his entire body exploded in the air, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 3693. Gu Fei rode the armored bull king and carried the little girl he had saved from the beast tide as he and Yang Zhan arrived at the city lord's mansion. He didn't want to enter the city lord's mansion, but the guards were too arrogant and wanted to chase them away. I didn't want to go in, but since it's like this, let's fight our way in, Gu Fei calmly said as he looked at the grand entrance of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the soldiers surrounding the entrance of the city lord's mansion were all dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, a blurry figure had punched out and turned one of the soldiers guarding the entrance into a cloud of blood mist. The soldiers in the city lord's mansion heard the commotion and immediately rushed towards the entrance of the city lord's mansion. A few powerful figures led the soldiers to the entrance. At this time, Yang Zhan was displaying his might and directly fought his way in. "Who are you? You dare barge into the city lord's mansion? Do you want to die?" A black-bearded, middle-aged general roared as he charged towards Yang Zhan. This general took a deep breath, and his entire body suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a muscular giant. What? A body cultivator? Furthermore, he is a body cultivator who has achieved great success. Yang Zhan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the transformation of the black-bearded, middle-aged man. This kind of complete body cultivator was the most difficult to deal with. Their bodies were so strong that even spirit treasures couldn't injure them. Roar! The black-bearded general roared like a clap of thunder, causing the ears of the surrounding people to ring. He punched towards Yang Zhan with the force of an erupting volcano. In Gu Fei's view, this black-bearded general was a complete external body cultivator. Yang Zhan didn't dare to face the black-bearded general head-on and could only retreat to the side. One had to know that the black-bearded general's body was extremely strong. If he was hit by this guy's fist, he would be heavily injured, let alone directly being hit by this guy's fist. Roar! The black-bearded general roared again. His hands were like eagle claws, tearing towards Yang Zhan with extreme speed. Yang Zhan hurriedly dodged, but his sleeve was still torn off by the black-bearded general. His arm was dripping with blood, leaving behind several bloody claw marks. Sweat beaded on Yang Zhan's forehead. If he had been even half a step slower, his entire arm would have been torn off his body. The black-bearded general roared again and again as he attacked again and again. Extremely powerful ripples of energy radiated from his body. The spectators' hearts palpitated. Yang Zhan could only engage in guerrilla warfare with the black-bearded general. He simply didn't dare to face the black-bearded general head-on. "Let's attack together and kill them." Someone shouted angrily at the soldiers and generals gathered at the gate. "That's right, kill them all," someone shouted. Then the soldiers guarding the city lord's mansion began to push towards the gates, while the generals hid behind the battle formations. Right at this moment, a miserable scream rang out. Yang Zhan's right shoulder was struck by the black-bearded general's fist, and he was sent flying. Falling to the ground, Yang Zhan staggered and almost fell. His face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "That's all you've got? You actually dared to behave atrociously in the city lord's mansion. You must be tired of living." The black-bearded general stared at Yang Zhan with disdain. Yang Zhan was instantly enraged. "Brother Fei, it's up to you now." As Yang Zhan spoke, he had already taken out a jade bottle. Uncorking the bottle, he swallowed all the healing pills in one go. Then Yang Zhan sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated his mysterious art to refine the medicinal energy. Very quickly, his body began to heal, and the injuries he had suffered also disappeared. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly jumped down from the back of the armored bull king and retreated with Xiao Badian in his arms. At this time, the armored bull king's body actually began to emit an incomparably tyrannical aura, causing the surrounding people to be indescribably shocked. Someone saw through the origin of this armored bull king. This was a beast king. Could it be that someone had used a powerful divine ability to subdue an armored, barbaric bull king at the northern gate? Could it be this guy? Moo! The armored bull king only let out a low roar. But all the soldiers at the gate of the city, Lord's mansion, covered their ears. Even so, some of the soldiers' ears actually started to bleed. In the next moment, the armored bull king actually directly rushed towards the gate of the city, Lord's mansion. At this moment, the soldiers at the gate were scared out of their wits. They immediately scattered in all directions, wishing that they could grow wings and fly away. Boom! A muffled sound came from the gate of the city, Lord's mansion, followed by countless miserable screams. All the soldiers at the gate were directly smashed away by the armored bull king's charge. The armored bull king had displayed its might. This beast king directly rushed into the city, Lord's mansion, rampaging through it. No one could stop this beast king. The strength of a beast king was undeniable. Moreover, this armored bull king was famous for its defensive power. If an ordinary spirit weapon smashed onto the armored bull king's body, it would directly be sent flying. Damn it! The black-bearded general roared angrily as he chased after the armored bull king. At the same time, he entered the back of the city, Lord's mansion. Soon, with a miserable scream, the black-bearded general was actually sent flying. Just one armored bull king was enough to kill all the soldiers and generals in the city Lord's mansion, causing them to piss their pants in terror and flee for their lives. What's going on? Many people heard the commotion and rushed towards the city Lord's mansion. More and more people were watching the battle. Someone actually attacked the city Lord's mansion. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. At this time, Gu Fei carried the sleeping tiny tot into his inner world and directly headed towards Yan Er's seclusion area. When Gu Fei arrived at Yan Er's seclusion area, Yan Er just happened to come out of seclusion. When she saw Tiny Tot in Gu Fei's arms, she immediately beamed with joy. Yan had been cultivating in Gu Fei's inner world all this time. Tiny Tot was very cute, and Yan Er fell in love with him as soon as she saw him. After Gu Fei handed Tiny Tot to Yan Er to take care of, he directly walked out of his inner world. Meanwhile, the soldiers and generals in the city Lord's mansion were all crying for their parents after being chased by the armored bull king. Some of them directly rushed out of the city Lord's mansion. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold laugh sounded from the city Lord's mansion. Then, a large hand directly stretched out from the main hall of the city Lord's mansion and grabbed towards the armored bull king. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled. So there was an expert hidden in the city Lord's mansion. This was something that he hadn't expected. Swoosh! As soon as Gu Fei thought about it, a sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his body and instantly destroyed the large hand that was grabbing towards the armored bull king. At this moment, a figure walked out from the main hall of the city Lord's mansion. This person had white hair and a youthful complexion. He was dressed in white, and his entire person gave off an otherworldly feeling. An immortal? As soon as Gu Fei saw the old man, he could tell the old man's cultivation level at a glance. Just like the city lord of Cloud Sky City, this old man was also an immortal. No wonder the city lord of Cloudy Sky City wasn't afraid of the beast tide. Who are you? The old man's gaze instantly fell on Gu Fei. Yang Zhan and the armored bull king were completely ignored by this old man. You don't have the right to know who I am. Gu Fei calmly looked at the old man at the main entrance of the city Lord's mansion. In his eyes, immortals were like ants. However, to ordinary people, immortals were omnipotent gods who could control the life and death of any living being. I don't have the right to know. Ha! The old man in white was so angry that he laughed. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. How preposterous of this fella to look down on him. Sigh, no one actually believes me when I speak the truth. Gu Fei shook his head, helplessly. Go to hell. The old man in white was completely enraged by Gu Fei. This fella actually dared to ignore him. He deserved to die. Rumble! A large hand appeared in the void and grabbed towards Gu Fei. Slash! Gu Fei bellowed. A sword light rushed out from his body. He grabbed it and slashed out. The extremely sharp sword light soared thousands of meters into the sky and directly slashed the large hand in half. Slash! Gu Fei bellowed again and slashed out again. This time, the old man was actually slashed in half. A dignified immortal expert actually couldn't dodge this slash. This immortal didn't even know who he had offended until his death. This, after seeing Gu Fei kill the immortal expert with a single slash, the entire city Lord Mansion instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape, especially the soldiers and generals in the city Lord Mansion. All of them were dumbfounded. How is this possible? An old general said with a trembling voice. Am I seeing things? Another general rubbed his eyes hard and said in disbelief. Even the cultivators outside the city Lord Mansion who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. At this time, Gu Fei ignored these fellows. He directly leaped onto the back of the armored Bull King and swaggered into the city Lord Mansion. No one dared to stop Gu Fei. At this time, Yang Zhan also stood up from the ground and hurriedly chased after Gu Fei. Gu Fei rode the armored Bull King directly into the city Lord Mansion's main hall. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. All of you, get out of the city Lord Mansion. Gu Fei's voice came from the main hall of the city Lord Mansion. Everyone in the city Lord's Mansion woke up from the shock and hurriedly rushed out of the city Lord's Mansion. The battle soldiers even scrambled out of the city Lord's Mansion. They had no choice. That person was too terrifying. He actually killed an immortal. In front of this person, they were simply like ants. I'm afraid even the city lord is no match for this guy, someone said in despair. Chapter 3694. Male. The city lord of the heavenly cloud city would never have imagined that he had a bunch of pig subordinates who dared to provoke Gu Fei. Hence, the city lord's mansion of the heavenly cloud city had a new owner. Gu Fei and Yang Zhan fought their way into the city lord's mansion. Anyone who resisted was crushed by them. Yang Zhan couldn't win, and Gu Fei didn't even need to do anything. The armored Bull King would be able to tear the guards of the city lord's mansion into pieces. Only an immortal realm old man overseeing the city lord's mansion was cleaved in half by Gu Fei's sword and died on the spot. Even an immortal realm old man was killed by Gu Fei with a single slash. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was dumbfounded. With a single sentence from Gu Fei, all of them were kicked out of the city lord's mansion. The news of the city lord's mansion being occupied was like a volcanic eruption. It quickly spread throughout the entire Sky Market City. All the cultivators who received the news were dumbfounded. Who is so fierce to actually occupy the city lord's mansion? Amazing. I heard that person's surname is Gu, and the other person's surname is Yang. They seem to be the young man who subdued the armored Bull King at the northern gate. All the cultivators in the Sky Market City were discussing this matter. Compared to the beast tide, they were actually more concerned about the matter of Gu Fei and Yang Zhan entering the city lord's mansion. He actually occupied the city lord's mansion. Yun Shi, who was at the northern gate, was greatly shocked when she heard the news. What is going on? Yun She quickly came down from the city wall and rushed toward the city lord's mansion. She was a void-controlling realm expert. She flew across the rooftops like a phantom and quickly arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Then, she landed outside the gates of the city lord's mansion. "Your Highness, you are back!" Outside the city lord's mansion, a few warriors saw Yun Shi and quickly rushed over. What is going on? Yin, she swept her gaze over these generals and said coldly, these warriors were extremely arrogant before, but in front of Gu Fei, they were scared witless by Gu Fei and immediately ran out of the city lord's mansion. Now, in front of Yun Shi, these fellows were all sullen. We don't know what happened either. Those two people suddenly attacked the city, lord's mansion, and chased us out. A short general who looked like Tu Xingsuan said in a terrified tone, Humph, if you hadn't provoked those two, they definitely wouldn't have attacked the city lord's manor for no reason. Yun, she said angrily as she stared at the general. It's really like that. We wouldn't dare to lie to Her Royal Highness. Another general said hurriedly, Get lost. Yun, she was really angry. The words of these guys could not be trusted. Who was that Gu Fei? How could he kill people for no reason? Your Highness, Elder Xing also died in battle. He was killed by that black-robed youth with a single slash. What a miserable death! A female general exclaimed in horror. She could not help but shudder at the thought of the black-robed young man killing old Xing. What? Yun Shi's shock was no small matter. Old Xing was the other immortal in Cloudy Sky City apart from her father. He was actually killed with a single slash. How was this possible? Yun Shi knew that old Xing was overseeing the city lord's mansion. If Gu Fei and Yang Zhan wanted to take over the city lord's mansion, they would definitely have to fight with old Xing. However, Yun Shi would never have thought that old Xing would actually die in the hands of Gu Fei. I'll go take a look, Yun, she said as she directly walked towards the city lord's mansion. Your Highness, don't go. Those generals hurriedly rushed up to stop Yun Shi. All of you get out of my way. Yun, she waved her hand, and those generals immediately staggered backwards. Yun, she was a void-resisting realm expert. This was the benefit of having an immortal as a father, as a descendant of an immortal. Yun Shi's talent was very shocking. One must know that she was only in her 20s. In the vicinity of the Sky Market City, Yun, she was the only void-resisting realm expert who was in her 20s. Seeing that Yun, she actually directly strode into the city lord's mansion, those generals all felt very complicated. The fierce person in the city lord's mansion was an existence that could even kill an immortal with a single slash. They did not dare to enter the city lord's mansion again. Your Highness is going to be out of luck. That general who looked like Tu Xing's son sighed and said, I don't think so. That female general looked at Yun Shi's back and suddenly said such words. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the female general would say such strange words. At this moment, the generals guarding the 4 city gates also arrived outside the city lord's mansion. These generals were extremely powerful, and some of them even had the cultivation of demigod realm. The arrival of a white-faced middle-aged general made the eyes of the generals gathered outside the city lord's mansion brighten. Young lord, it's great that you're here. When that female general saw this middle-aged general, she immediately came forward to welcome him. Greetings, young lord. The group of generals quickly bowed to this middle-aged general. This middle-aged general was the son of the city lord of Cloudy Sky City. His name was Yun Ao, and he had the cultivation of demigod realm. He was only one step away from becoming an immortal. Yun Ao was a heaven-defying genius born in Cloudy Sky City. He was only in his 30s, but he was already halfway to becoming an immortal. Yun Ao was the most promising existence among the Yun clan in Cloudy Sky City to reach the immortal realm. Yun Ao and Yun, she were both geniuses among geniuses. The group of generals quickly told Yun Ao about what had happened. Naturally, there was a lot of embellishment in the story. Yun Ao was shocked and angry at the same time. When he heard that his sister had entered the city lord's mansion, Yun Ao immediately turned pale with fright. Yun Ao did not think too much and directly rushed into the city lord's mansion. When Yun Ao arrived outside the main hall of the city lord's mansion, he faintly heard his sister's voice coming from the hall. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Yun Ao wanted to rush into the main hall, but just as he was about to reach the main door, the armored barbaric bull lying outside the main hall suddenly stood up and blocked the entrance with its huge body. What, an armored bull? No, it's a barbaric bull king. Yun Ao couldn't help being shocked when he saw the armored bull king. This was a beast king. Why would it appear here? A powerful fiendish aura exploded from the beast king's body. The armored bull king glared fiercely at Yun Ao, as if it would pounce on him at any moment. Moo! The armored bull king growled in a low voice. Who's outside? Do our brother Fei's words no longer matter? You still dare to come in? Are you really not afraid of death? Yang Zhan's cursing voice rang out from the main hall. Chapter 3695. The Yun siblings had actually entered the city, Lord's mansion, one after the other. This shocked all the cultivators watching outside the city, Lord's mansion. The native cultivators of Cloudy Sky City knew the background of the Yun siblings, which was why they were even more shocked. The Yun siblings were monstrous existences in Cloudy Sky City. At such a young age, their cultivation was already much stronger than the cultivators of the older generation. Yun Ao in particular was a demigod. He was only one step away from entering the immortal realm and becoming the third immortal in Cloudy Sky City. However, Elder Xing had already been killed by Gu Fei. In Cloudy Sky City, there was only the city lord, Yun Tianyue, who was an immortal. At this time, Yun Ao had already arrived outside the main hall of the city, Lord's mansion. There was actually an armored, barbaric bull king guarding outside the main hall. The moment the armored, barbaric bull king saw Yun Ao, it stood up abruptly and glared fiercely at Yun Ao. White smoke came out of its nostrils, and its front hooves dug into the ground as if it would charge at Yun Ao at any time. When Yun Ao saw the armored barbaric bull king, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The beast king's entire body looked like it was made of black, godly metal. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and under the scales were bulging muscles that were full of power. Who are you? Aren't you afraid of death? Yang Zhan opened the main door of the main hall and was stunned when he saw the middle-aged warrior. He couldn't help but admire this guy's courage. Why should I be afraid of death? Yun Ao stared at Yang Zhan with a serious expression. This guy was only at the peak of the postnatal realm. What was going on? He originally thought that anyone who could enter the city lord's mansion would be a top expert. Who would have thought that this guy who walked out of the main hall wasn't even an innate realm expert? Humph. You dare to look down on me? Yang Zhan was infuriated when he saw Yun Ao's disdainful gaze. Go, kill him. Yang Zhan pointed at Yun Ao and ordered the armored barbaric bull king. Moo. The armored barbaric ox king let out a low roar and charged at Yun Ao. Sparks flew as its iron hooves collided with the hard ground. Humph. Yun Ao sneered. He placed his left hand behind his back and stretched out his right hand, pressing it against the armored barbaric ox king's head. The armored barbaric ox king's huge body that was charging towards Yun Ao came to a halt. Yun Ao stood there like an immortal divine mountain, unmoving. What? Yang Zhan was directly dumbstruck when he witnessed this scene. After all, this armored barbaric ox king was a beast king that could tear first heaven realm experts apart. Yet it was actually stopped by a single hand of this pretty boy? Moo. The armored barbaric ox king roared again and again, exerting its strength. However, no matter how ferocious this beast king was, the ground beneath its feet was crushed, and it was unable to move an inch forward. An extremely powerful aura erupted from Yun Ao's body, an existence that surpasses the void-controlling realm. Could it be a half-deity? Yang Zhan was greatly alarmed. That wave of pressure was too powerful, almost crushing him to the ground. Yang Zhan held on with all his might. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously seeped out of his forehead, flowing down his face and dripping onto the ground. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. Roar! Yun Ao let out a loud roar and grabbed the armored barbaric ox king by its horns, ruthlessly flinging it away. Boom! With a loud bang, the armored barbaric ox king smashed heavily into the ground in front of the main hall. The ground trembled, and a cloud of dust rose into the air. The Beast King had actually smashed a large crater into the ground. Humph! A mere Beast King dares to be so impudent in front of me? You don't know what's good for you. Yun Ao sneered as he looked at the armored barbaric ox king that was struggling to stand up. This, Yang Zhan was indescribably shocked. He had never imagined that this pretty boy would actually be this powerful, able to easily defeat the armored barbaric ox king. Half-deities are not to be bullied. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Yun Ao said coldly as he looked at Yang Zhan. What do you mean by not to be bullied? In front of our brother Fei, you are nothing but trash. Yang Zhan forcefully withstood the powerful pressure and glared at the pretty boy. Hearing Yang Zhan's words, Yun Ao couldn't help but be taken aback. Could the brother Fei that this guy spoke of be that ruthless person who killed Elder Xing? When he thought of this, his aura immediately weakened by half. I want to see if the brother Fei you speak of is as powerful as you say. Yun Ao stopped underestimating Yang Zhan and was about to walk in through the open door of the main hall. At this moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew out of the main hall. In the next moment, Yun Ao was actually blown away by this gust of wind and smashed out of the main hall like a cannonball. Big brother! A cry of alarm came from within the main hall. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud sound. Yun Ao directly smashed through the wall opposite the main hall and flew out of the city, Lord's residence. He directly smashed through a few houses before falling into a pile of broken bricks and tiles. Yun Ao was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open as if he had become a fool. His chest and abdomen violently bulged as he panted heavily. The people who witnessed this scene outside the city, Lord's residence, were all dumbfounded. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Big brother! A figure immediately rushed out of the city, Lord's residence, and appeared in front of Yun Ao. At this moment, Yun Ao was half sitting in the ruins. His body was trembling nonstop as if he had been scared out of his wits. His face was covered in dust, and he looked extremely pathetic. Big brother, are you all right? The person who had rushed out of the city, Lord's residence, was naturally Yin Shi. When she saw her big brother in this state, she could not help but be shocked. She thought that Yun Ao's injuries were not light. However, after a careful examination, she could not find any injuries on her big brother's body. Thinking about what she had just seen with her own eyes, she could not help but shiver. Her big brother's life or death could only be decided by a single thought from Gu Fei. Just now, Gu Fei had merely blown a puff of air and had actually directly blown Yun Ao out of the city, Lord's residence. Her big brother, Yun Ao, was a demigod. A demigod could even easily kill a beast king. Even if he encountered a beast king, he could also put up a fight. However, such a powerful existence had been blown away by a seemingly casual puff of air from Gu Fei. Seeing that her big brother was not injured, she felt a lot more at ease. She knew that Gu Fei had already shown mercy. Otherwise, her big brother would have been dead long ago. Too powerful, too terrifying. After a long while, Yun Ao finally said these words with a trembling voice. At this moment, the beast tied outside was still attacking Cloud Sky City. In the depths of the Cloud Sky mountain range, a dark cloud had appeared. It was a dark cloud formed by the gathering of countless ferocious birds. This dark cloud moved quickly in the sky, quickly approaching Cloud Sky City. Chapter 3696. Gu Fei merely blew a breath of air, and the arrogant Yun Ao was blown out of the city, Lord's residence. Yun Ao was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he wanted to show Gu Fei his strength, but he didn't expect that he didn't even have the right to make a move. Yun Ao knew very well that if the other party wanted to kill him, that breath would have been enough to kill him. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Yun, she asked anxiously, although Yun Ao didn't seem to be injured. Who knew if an expert like Gu Fei injured his primordial spirit? If his primordial spirit was injured, it definitely wouldn't be an easy task to recover. I'm fine." Yun Ao still hadn't recovered from his shock. "It's good that you're fine. That Gu Fei is really too much. No, I'm going to settle the score with him." Yun, she stood up and said angrily, "What? Don't go." Yun Ao hurriedly jumped up from the ground and grabbed Yun Shi. He did not dare to provoke this fellow who was like a demon god again. Actually, this genius of Cloudy Heaven City had long been scared out of his wits by Gu Fei. How would he dare to provoke Gu Fei again? He knew that he wouldn't be so lucky next time. Yun Ao knew very well that experts of this level didn't have any qualms about killing people like him. They wouldn't even frown if they killed someone like him. Otherwise, why would the immortal that was guarding the city, Lord's residence, be killed by Gu Fei? In front of Gu Fei, immortals were like trash. So what if he was killed? Father is still fighting with those beast lords outside the city. I have to endure it and wait for the beast tide to pass and father to return. Yun Ao made up his mind. I'm already giving you face by not killing him. At this moment, a voice rang out from the city, Lord's residence. You! Yun, she was shocked and angry. This Gu Fei was really too despicable. Was I not outstanding? This Gu Fei actually didn't even look at him in the eye. She even began to doubt her own charm. Yun, she was the center of attention in Cloudy Heaven City. She had many suitors, but she didn't like any of them. If her man was a peerless hero, he would come to marry her on a 9-colored cloud. However, such an existence could only appear in dreams. However, Yun, she met Gu Fei. Gu Fei's battle prowess and elegance at the North Gate had won over Yun Shi, the publicly acknowledged goddess of Cloud Sky City. If there's nothing important, don't disturb my brother Fei. Another voice came from the city, Lord's mansion. What? Yun, she was stunned, but there was nothing she could do. Yun Ao, the young master of Yuntian City, didn't even dare to let out a fart. Let's go. Yun, she pulled Yun Ao up and gazed deeply in the direction of the city, Lord's manor, before leaving with Yun Ao. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene outside the city, Lord's mansion, was shocked. The Yun siblings are leaving just like that. The Yun family was the sky in Cloudy Heaven City. Who would dare to provoke the Yun siblings? However, now that the Yun siblings had been chased out of the city Lord's mansion by a guy named Gu Fei, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the warlords outside the city Lord's mansion were dumbfounded. Brother Fei is awesome. Inside the city Lord's mansion, Yang Zhan looked at the warlords outside the gate proudly. It was really important to follow the right boss. If the boss was awesome, his subordinates would be awesome too. However, Gu Fei ignored Yang Zhan. He closed his eyes and rested on the throne in the main hall of the city, Lord's mansion. At this moment, he suddenly sensed countless ferocious beasts flying towards Cloudy Sky City from 1,000 miles away. This had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to get involved in Cloudy Heaven City's affairs. However, the iron-armored bull king that was guarding outside the main hall suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. Its front hooves dug into the ground, and its nostrils puffed out white gas. It was very uneasy. At this moment, outside Cloudy Heaven City, the city lord and the two beast sovereigns were fighting their way into the depths of the mountain range. Countless mountains collapsed, and the entire region was shaking. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The walls of Cloudy Heaven City's North Gate were filled with people. These people were all cultivators. Apart from cultivators, all the ordinary people were hiding in their houses. Only cultivators dared to climb the walls to watch the battle. The powerful aura of an immortal god kept spreading out, and the pressure was so great that all the cultivators could barely breathe. The fact that Cloudy Heaven City didn't have a protective formation stunned the outsiders who came from the ancestral realm to participate in the Ingtian Sect's entrance trial. If Cloudy Heaven City had a protective formation, the city lord wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He wouldn't have to go out of the city to fight the two beast sovereigns. This was the importance of a protective formation. In the ancestral realm, even a small city would have a protective formation as long as there were cultivators guarding it. Boom! In the distance, a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds suddenly exploded. Two silhouettes rushed out and fought their way up to the sky. The terrifying might of the immortal gods spread out. An entire world seemed like it was going to crumble down at any moment. A figure surrounded by immortal light fought fiercely with a white wolf. Immortal blood dripped from the sky. This was the blood of a real immortal god. It contained powerful essence energy and immortal nature. To alchemists, the blood of an immortal god was even rarer than immortal medicine. This immortal blood was definitely a great medicine of this world that could be used to concoct immortal pills. There were many alchemists in Cloudy Heaven City, but no one dared to pick up the blood of an immortal god at this time. Rumble, like muffled thunder, the extremely shocking sound continued to be heard. At this time, the wild beasts outside the city started to attack. They all madly rushed towards the city gate. The wild beasts, especially the wild beasts, were as big as small mountains and were covered in long hair. Boom! A wild beast slammed into the north gate, causing the heavy gate to shake violently. The cultivators on the city wall could no longer sit still. Their expressions changed. Out of the way, out of the way. At this time, a group of soldiers led by a fierce-looking, middle-aged general rushed up the city wall. They then skillfully set up their crossbows and shot at the wild beasts below the city wall. Swoosh! 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 The crossbow bolts, each more than 6 meters long, transformed into beams of black light and shot towards the wild elephant beasts at the foot of the city wall. When the crossbow bolts hit the body of the barbarian elephant beast below the city wall, they bounced off, unable to penetrate the thick, shield-like skin of the barbarian elephant beast. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. The cultivators in the city had already witnessed the power of these crossbows. The wyverns that attacked Cloudy Heaven City from the sky were shot down by these crossbows. Change into spiritual arrows. The general roared angrily. Some of the warriors hurriedly untied the rectangular boxes on their backs and opened them. Inside the boxes was actually a black arrow that was surrounded by spirit chi. These black arrows were only about 3 meters long, much shorter than the previous crossbow arrows. The soldier operating the crossbow skillfully loaded the arrow. Then 2 soldiers worked together to pull the crossbow and aimed at the wild beasts below the city wall that were madly charging at the city gate. The heavy north gate was on the verge of collapse from the wild beasts. Kill! The general roared angrily and immediately gave the order. This time, a spirit arrow directly hit a barbarian elephant beast that was charging at the city gate. In the next moment, the barbarian elephant beast was pierced through by the arrow. The barbaric elephant beast roared and fell down like a small mountain, crushing many of the other beasts to death. As spirit arrows were shot out from the crossbows, the barbaric elephant beasts outside the north gate fell one after another. The barbaric elephant beasts' huge bodies actually blocked the barbaric beasts that were rushing towards the city gate. More than 10 wild beasts were all shot dead. This made everyone on the city wall heave a sigh of relief. The wild beasts' defense was indeed astonishing. Ordinary crossbow arrows could not harm these wild beasts at all. However, spiritual arrows were different. The power of spiritual arrows was many times stronger than ordinary crossbow arrows. However, these were spiritual arrows after all. They were spiritual weapons, and it was not easy to refine them. The soldiers on the north wall could only use a dozen or so spiritual arrows. The cost of each spiritual arrow was very high. Every time a spiritual arrow was shot, The general felt extremely pained. Just when everyone thought that the crisis had been temporarily resolved, a dark, dark cloud suddenly appeared on the horizon. The dark cloud was quickly moving towards Cloud Sky City. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the dark cloud. Wyvern, someone on the city wall exclaimed. No, this is a rock that is even stronger than the wyvern. Someone said in horror. The great rocks were more powerful than the wyverns because the great rocks could hunt and eat the wyverns. The rock possessed the blood of the rock. Although it was unknown how many generations had passed, the rock that was charging towards Cloud Sky City was still extremely powerful. Countless rock quickly flew to the sky above Cloud Sky City. A terrifying aura exploded from the rock and covered the sky. Kill! An angry roar came from the ancestors' ground of Cloud Sky City. The rock that was originally hovering in the sky immediately swooped down from the sky and charged into Cloud Sky City. Miserable screams and wails filled the air. Some of the mortals, and even cultivators in the city, had ugly expressions on their faces. There was even a cultivator who was captured by the rock beast. In an instant, Cloud Sky City was in a mess. Die, evil beasts! Yin, she roared angrily. She immediately soared into the sky and charged towards the countless rock. Buzz! A rumbling sound came from Yin Shi's body. In the next moment, extremely sharp sword lights shot out from her body. Kill! Yin Shi began a massacre. She directly charged into the rock in the sky. In an instant, countless rock fell from the sky. Chapter 3697. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. It's actually a rock. Another wave of beasts attacked. This time, what appeared before the eyes of the cultivators of Cloud Heaven City was the rock from the depths of the Cloud Heaven mountain range. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Love, go, small, talk, Netko the rock was not a rock. Of course, there was no such thing as a rock in this trial. Otherwise, Cloud Heaven City would have been destroyed a long time ago. However, even if it was a rock, it was still incredible. It was a type of beast that could fly in the sky, much more powerful than the wyvern. The rock's body didn't have feathers, but a feather-like scale armor. When its wings were spread out, they were even bigger than 2 doors. Moreover, at the end of the rock's wings, there were extremely sharp claws. Its beak was like a sharp spear that could easily pierce through a person's body. Whether it was defense or attack power, the rock was much stronger than the wyvern. The arrows of Cloud Heaven City could not penetrate the thick layer of scales on its body at all. Countless rock swooped down from the sky. The countless cultivators and mortals in the city were immediately thrown into chaos and ran for their lives in fear. One of the cultivators who had fled into an alleyway was instantly pounced on by a great rock that descended from the sky. Next, the great rock grabbed him up into the sky, and the other great rock charged forward to snatch the cultivator. Instantly, the cultivator was torn to pieces by several great rock. Kill! Kill all these guys! Furious roars could be heard coming from all over Cloud Heaven City. The generals guarding Cloud Heaven City were giving orders to the soldiers under their command. The soldiers of Cloud Heaven City were indeed not bad. They did not panic in the face of danger and immediately organized a counterattack. Countless arrows rained down from all over the city towards the rock in the sky. However, ordinary iron arrows could not penetrate the thick layer of scales on the rock's body. Change arrows! There was no other way. After shooting a round of profound iron arrows, the generals of Cloud Heaven City had no choice but to order for them to switch to spiritual arrows. This was their trump card. Soon, the spiritual arrows turned into rays of spiritual light that soared into the sky and directly shot into the group of great rocks. The unique cries of the great rocks resounded. Then, the great rocks that were shot by the spiritual arrows fell from the sky. Every rock had a spirit arrow stuck in its body. Most of the great rocks that were shot by the spirit arrows were directly shot to death. but some great rocks were shot in the wings or thighs. Although they fell from the sky, they didn't die. At this time, a battle general led the battle soldiers towards the rock beasts that were still alive. The rock beasts' defense was too strong. Spiritual weapons were needed to kill these beasts, and only warriors at the warrior level could use spiritual weapons. The spear-wielding warriors were actually cannon fodder. Of course, these cannon fodder were also very useful. A group of battle soldiers rushed towards an injured great rocks. Dozens of battle soldiers scattered in a practiced manner. The leader of the battle general raised his left hand. The battle soldiers immediately stopped. At this time, although the great rocks were injured by the spiritual arrows, they were still extremely ferocious. They struggled and pounced towards the battle soldiers. Release! The battle general looked coldly at the great rocks and waved his hand. 2 crossbow bolts were immediately shot out, and a large black net spread out at the same time, directly catching the pouncing great pung. The great pung immediately fell heavily to the ground, desperately struggling to get out. Humph! The battle general snorted coldly. He rushed forward and pierced the head of the great rocks with his spear. The great rocks immediately stopped struggling. After twitching a few times, they stopped moving. The battle general pulled back his spear and led the battle soldiers towards another injured great rocks. These battle soldiers were equipped with beast hunting nets, so it was not difficult for them to hunt these injured great rocks. However, there were exceptions. When another group of battle soldiers was hunting a great rocks, the great rocks killed more than 10 battle soldiers before they could assassinate the great rocks. Spiritual arrows continuously shot into the sky from within the city. The countless great rocks circling above Cloudy Sky City felt threatened and had no choice but to fly up into the sky. However, the power of the spiritual arrows was extraordinary. Even if the great rocks hit in the sky, they would still be hit by the spiritual arrows shot out from Cloudy Sky City and fall from the sky. The mortals and cultivators in the city had to pay attention to the corpses of the great rocks that fell from the sky. Although the great rocks that fell from the sky would not be smashed to pieces, it would be hard for them to survive. They would fall to their deaths. At this time, the entire city was in a state of panic. They were afraid that the great rocks in the sky would kill their way into the city. There were not many spiritual arrows in the city. Although they had temporarily deterred the great rocks, they would not be able to hold on for long. This was because once the number of spiritual arrows shot out from the city decreased, the great rocks in the sky would take the opportunity to fly down. The entire Cloudy Sky City had been dyed red with blood. The mortals were trembling, and the cultivators were in danger. Driven by the desire to survive, some of the dark side of human nature was revealed. Some people pushed the people around them towards the great rocks and escaped by themselves. Of course, the positive energy absolutely overwhelmed the dark side. There were many heroes who sacrificed themselves to save others. In order to save the dozens of mortals that were blocked by the great rocks in a small alley, a cultivator risked his life to fight the great rocks alone. In the end, he perished together with the great rocks. At this time, Yun Shi and Yun Ao also made their move. Yun, she was a powerhouse of the Imperial Void Realm and could fly in the air, while Yun Ao was a demigod. The 2 siblings soared into the sky and killed their way to the sky, pouncing into the crowd of rock beasts. In the next moment, countless great rocks fell from the sky like dumplings. The mortals and cultivators in the city couldn't help but cheer when they saw this scene in the sky. In the entire Cloudy Sky City, only the area near the City Lord's mansion was devoid of great rocks. No one knew why the great rocks didn't dare to approach the mansion. Could it be because of the armored barbaric Ox King? Only Yang Zhan knew that the armored barbaric Ox King was unable to intimidate the great rocks in the sky. For some reason, the armored barbaric Ox King appeared to be very frightened. It was extremely irritable and constantly roared. Could it be that a big guy is about to appear? Yang Zhan looked at the sky in the distance. The Yun siblings' battle prowess was not bad. Killing those ferocious great rocks was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables for them. At this time, some people realized that the area around the city lord's mansion was a safe zone. Countless cultivators gathered there, but no one dared to barge into the city lord's mansion. Very soon, the city lord's mansion was filled with people. Roar! At this time, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the sky. In the next moment, all the savage beasts that were attacking the city were terrified to the extreme. They directly fell to the ground and trembled. A huge shadow of a beast appeared on the horizon, and it was charging towards the Cloud Heaven City at high speed. Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. At this time, the armored barbaric Ox King was also so scared that it curled up on the ground. Its body trembled as if it was scared out of its wits. In the main hall of the city, Lord's Mansion, Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 3698. It had already been several hours since the beast tide started. Powerful beasts started to appear. Among the beasts attacking the city, there were quite a few king-level ones. See below the city walls, the corpses of the beasts were piled up like a small mountain. Their blood formed small streams on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from the distance. All the beasts attacking the city were so scared that they fell to the ground and trembled. This shocked the cultivators of Cloudy Heaven City, who were desperately defending the city walls. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a gigantic beast appear in the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying and monstrous fiendish aura came from the front. The moment the cultivators on the wall sensed the fiendish aura, their expressions changed drastically. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Everyone looked at the beast approaching them in disbelief. Their terror seemed to come from the depths of their souls. Some cultivators were so scared that they fell to the ground and trembled. What? The heavens want me dead. At this moment, the city lord of Cloud Sky City, who was fighting against the two beast sovereigns, couldn't help but turn pale when he saw the terrifying beast. In a moment of distraction, the city lord was immediately sent flying by the white wolf sovereign's claw. He smashed through a mountain and was buried in the rubble. Father, in the sky above Cloudy Heaven City, Yun Ao and Yun Shi, who were fighting countless rock beasts, were shocked when they saw this scene. The aura emitted by the rapidly approaching giant beast was simply too powerful, causing their souls to tremble. However, after sensing the aura of the giant beast, the great rocks became even more ferocious, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They pounced towards the Yun siblings with all their might. "Little sister, let's retreat." Yun Ao roared at Yun Shi. With his demigod cultivation, he knew very well how powerful the beast was. It was much more powerful than the white wolf sovereign and the demonic ape sovereign. Boom, as the gigantic beast rapidly approached, the entire sky began to tremble. The gigantic beast was too big, even bigger than the mountains. Yun Shi and Yun Ao hurriedly rushed down from the sky. Behind them, countless rock beasts chased after them. It was a magnificent sight. The two siblings were quite smart. They immediately rushed towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. As they approached the city lord's mansion, the rock beasts chasing after them suddenly stopped, as if they had some misgivings and didn't dare to fly any further. Even though the great rock beast was ferocious, it would not charge forward even if it knew that it would die. Savage beasts of this level had already developed intelligence and possessed a certain level of intelligence. Although these rocks didn't dare to approach the city lord's mansion, the situation was different in other parts of Cloud Heaven City. At this time, there were no more spirit arrows being shot out of the city. Countless great pung beasts swooped down from the sky like a black cloud. The people in Cloud Heaven City immediately fell into chaos. They cried for their parents and fled in fear. However, these rocks were very smart. They grabbed a human and flew high up into the sky, far away from Cloudy Sky City. Only then did they want to eat the delicious flesh and blood of humans. Could it be? How is that possible? The cultivators of the older generation in Cloud Heaven City were incomparably shocked as they looked at the rapidly approaching giant beast. The great Pung beasts have not appeared in nearly 100 years. Why did they all come out today? The cultivators of the older generation muttered to themselves. Although the Cloud Heaven mountain range had a beast tide once every 10 years, the great Pung beasts had disappeared in the past 100 years. Without the participation of the great Pung beasts, even if there was a beast tide in the Cloud Heaven mountain range, the city lord would be able to ruthlessly defeat it. But now, the great Pung beasts had appeared. The most serious thing was that behind these great Pung beasts, there was a beast sovereign, the great Pung beast sovereign. The legendary Great Pung Beast Sovereign? Someone in Cloud Heaven City exclaimed. What? Everyone in the city was indescribably shocked. Wasn't the Great Pung Beast Sovereign a legend? How could there really be such a beast sovereign in the Cloud Heaven mountain range? At this moment, the cultivators and mortals in the city rushed towards the area near the city, Lord's mansion, like a tide. Those who were slower were caught by the great Pung beasts and captured. Those who were faster were secretly glad that they had escaped. The moment Yun Ao and Yun, she landed on the ground, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Then a huge figure pressed down on the void, as if it was about to collapse. Asterisk, rumble, asterisk, the void shook violently. All the mortals and cultivators in Cloud Heaven City were in despair. They all thought that it was over for them. At this moment, an extremely powerful beast claw directly swiped down from the sky. Asterisk boom. Asterisk with a loud bang. A pavilion in Cloud Heaven City was actually crushed by the beast's claw. Humph. With a cold snort, a huge primal chaos hand suddenly appeared in the sky above Cloud Heaven City without any warning and directly sent the huge beast flying. This, Yun Shi and her sister were dumbfounded. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a terrifying roar came from the sky. The huge beast that was sent flying was actually a huge great Pung beast. The ferocious aura that erupted from the great Pung beast made everyone's heart palpitate. The great Pung beast sovereign, it really is the great Pung beast sovereign. Some of the older cultivators in Cloud Heaven City exclaimed. The great Pung beast sovereign was definitely one of the strongest beast sovereigns in the Trial Land. Even the two beast sovereigns that were fighting with the city, Lord of Cloud Heaven City, had no choice but to behave themselves. Scram! A loud roar came from Cloud Heaven City. Everyone was dumbfounded. How dare someone speak to the great Pung beast sovereign like this? Isn't this courting death? The direction of the voice came from was the city, Lord's mansion. This made the cultivators in Cloud Heaven City even more shocked. Everyone had already guessed that the person who sent the great Pung beast sovereign flying was probably Gu Fei. Where did this Gu Fei come from? How could he not be afraid of the great Pung beast sovereign? One must know that even the city lord of Cloud Heaven City would not dare to tell the great Pung beast sovereign to scram. At this moment, the city lord of Cloud Heaven City, who was buried in the ground, broke through the layers of soil and rocks and rushed out. When he saw the great Pung beast sovereign being sent flying, he was dumbfounded. This Gu Fei is too powerful. When Yun Ao thought about how he had offended Gu Fei before, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. This was no different from courting death. Luckily, Gu Fei did not lower himself to his level. Otherwise, Yun Ao would not even know how he died. If you don't scram, I'll have to start a massacre. At this moment, another voice came from the city, Lord's mansion.